What happens when someone vanishes without a trace? Not in a bustling city, but in the vast, silent wilderness of our national parks. Every year, millions of us visit these incredible landscapes for adventure and escape. But for the park rangers who patrol these woods, the beauty sometimes hides a much darker reality. They are the first responders, the searchers when a hiker doesn't return to the trailhead or a camper is gone from their tent. They see things the average visitor never does. They follow tracks that lead to nowhere, find campsites abandoned in a hurry, and hear stories from survivors that defy easy explanation. They are on the front lines of some of the most chilling and baffling missing person cases. Tonight, we're delving into one of those stories. This clip from the popular True Scary Park Ranger Stories series focuses on a case that left even seasoned rescuers with a sense of unease. Get ready, turn the lights down, and make sure you have your headphones on for this one. You're about to hear a story that will make you think twice before you next step into the woods. Let's watch. My name is Samira Khan, though most of my colleagues in the National Park Service know me simply as Sam. My official title is Geospatial Intelligence Specialist, but that's a rather sanitized way of saying I'm a drone pilot. For the past 3 years, my world has largely been confined to the climate-controlled interior of a mobile command vehicle, a technologically advanced, six-wheeled truck that serves as my office, my eye in the sky, and more often than not, my solitary sanctuary. My current assignment had placed me deep within the remote, northern section of a sprawling national park, a vast wilderness recently ravaged by the Cinder Creek fire. My mission was straightforward: to pilot an unmanned aerial vehicle, or UAV, over the burned scar to map the extent of the damage, identify areas of soil instability, and chart the fire's destructive path for the ecologists and reclamation teams that would follow. My command vehicle was my fortress. Parked on a gravel service road that hadn't seen civilian traffic in decades, I was surrounded by a phalanx of technology that created a powerful, and perhaps dangerous, sense of detachment. 3 large, high-resolution monitors dominated the console in front of me, displaying a live feed from my drone, which I'd nicknamed Icarus. Icarus was a state-of-the-art machine equipped with a suite of sensors, a 4K electro, optical camera for standard visual data, a thermal imaging camera that painted the world in a ghostly palette of heat signatures, and an infrared sensor that could pierce through smoke and haze. From this cushioned captain's chair, cradled in what I jokingly called my metal womb, I could soar over treacherous terrain, navigate smoke-filled canyons, and witness devastation on a grand scale, all without ever leaving the safety of my air-conditioned bubble. The closest ranger station was over an hour's drive away. My only connection to the outside world was the intermittent crackle of the long-range radio. The isolation was absolute, a fact that had never bothered me before. In fact, I preferred it. It allowed me to focus, to become one with the machine, a disembodied eye drifting over a silent, broken world. The landscape I was mapping was a haunting tableau of monochrome destruction. Through Icarus's lens, the once vibrant forest was a sea of charcoal and ash. The skeletal remains of pine and fir trees clawed at the sky, their blackened limbs a stark testament to the inferno's fury. The ground was a uniform gray, a desolate desert where life had been scarred away. Yet, here and there, stubborn patches of defiant green survived, islands of life in an ocean of death. The Cinder Creek fire had been monstrously fast and intensely hot, a terrifying force of nature that had overwhelmed the initial firefighting efforts. There was another, darker shadow hanging over this scorched earth. During the chaotic initial hours of the evacuation, a hiker had been reported missing. His name was Daniel Ayers, a 28-year-old from out of state who had signed the trail register for a multi-day solo trek into what was now the heart of the burn zone. The official search and rescue operation had been extensive, but fruitless. After 2 weeks, with no leads and the area still considered hazardous, the search was officially suspended. It was a tragedy, a loose thread in the park's history, But my mission was not to look for a body. My job was data collection. Still, the knowledge of him lingered in the back of my mind, a whisper of human loss amidst the ecological devastation. You can't fly over a place like this, knowing someone vanished into the smoke, and not think about it. Every strangely shaped log or piece of debris snagged my attention for a second longer than it should have. That particular afternoon, the air was still and heavy. I was on my fourth flight of the day, guiding a Icarus over a region known as the Devil's Jaw Canyon, a rugged, steep-walled chasm the fire had mostly leapfrogged, leaving its dense, old-growth interior eerily untouched. I had a podcast playing softly in the background and a lukewarm thermos of coffee at my elbow. The process was methodical, almost meditative. I was tracing the fire's perimeter, my eyes scanning the monitors, my hands making practiced adjustments on the controls. It was routine. It was safe. Then I saw it, a flicker of movement on the primary screen. Not movement precisely, but an anomaly. A single point of data that didn't belong. In the vast, sweeping panorama of grays and blacks, there was a tiny speck of unnatural color near the canyon's edge. It was gone as the drone continued its pre-programmed flight path. My first instinct was to dismiss it. A digital artifact in the video feed. A trick of the light reflecting off a piece of quartz. Maybe a bird. But it was the color that snagged in my brain. A flash of vibrant artificial blue. Hold flight path. I murmured, my fingers flying over the console. I disengaged the automated survey grid and took manual control. The smooth, sweeping motion of the drone stopped. It now hovered, a silent wasp 1,000 feet above the canyon rim. I maneuvered Icarus back, my eyes locked on the monitor, guiding the camera toward the area where I'd seen the flash. There, I centered the crosshairs and began to zoom. The image pixelated, then sharpened. It wasn't a rock or a glitch. It was a piece of fabric, a tattered strip of nylon snagged on the branches of a charred manzanita bush. It was bright blue, just as I'd thought. The color of a modern backpack or a rain jacket. My breath caught in my throat. The podcast, the coffee, the sense of detachment. It all evaporated in an instant. My heart began a low, heavy thud against my ribs. Okay, Sam, easy, I told myself, my voice sounding strange in the silence of the truck. This could be anything. Trash left by a camper years ago. But it was right on the edge of the search area for Daniel Ayers. My training kicked in. I switched the camera to thermal. The world bled into shades of blue and orange. I scanned the area around the fabric, searching for the pale orange glow of body heat. Nothing. The ground was cold. The rocks were cold. Whatever life had been there was long gone, or had never been there at all. That was somehow more chilling than finding something. I switched back to the standard optical camera and pushed the zoom to its maximum magnification. The image was grainy, shimmering slightly in the afternoon heat, but the object was undeniable. A torn section of a backpack, its color a defiant shout against the muted landscape. This was a clue, a real one. My hands felt unsteady as I marked the GPS coordinates on my digital map. I grabbed the radio handset. Command, this is Air Recon 1. Over. The reply was a burst of static before the dispatcher's voice clarified. Go for command, Air Recon 1. Command, I have a possible visual on personal effects belonging to the missing hiker, Daniel Ayers. I've marked coordinates. It appears to be a piece of a backpack. Over. I tried to keep my voice as level and professional as possible. There was a pause. I could picture them on the other end, pulling up my coordinates on their own maps. Received. Air Recon 1.
Stand by.
Another pause. Okay, Sam. Good find. A ground team will be dispatched to your marked location. Be advised, their ETA will be several hours. The terrain is difficult. Continue with your survey mission. Over. Copy that. Command. Air Recon 1 out. I replaced the handset, but I didn't move the drone. My mission was to continue the survey, to keep collecting data on soil erosion and vegetative burn severity. But I couldn't pull away. Morbid curiosity, a nascent sense of dread, whatever it was, it held me there. I kept Icarus hovering, its camera affixed unblinking eye on that single, lonely scrap of blue. And that's when I noticed the second piece. It was further down, maybe 50 yards from the first, another flash of color. This one was red. I panned the camera, my movements now slow and deliberate. There was another. A piece of a sleeping bag, a crumpled energy bar wrapper, a single hiking boot, sitting upright as if its owner had just stepped out of it. They weren't scattered randomly, as they would have been if an animal had torn a pack apart. They were laid out, deliberately, in a line. A cold spider of fear crawled up my spine. This wasn't the scene of an accident. This was a trail of breadcrumbs leading away from the canyon rim and down toward a thick, unburned stand of ancient Douglas firs. A patch of wood so dense and dark that my aerial view couldn't penetrate its canopy. My gaze followed the trail of discarded items. The last marker, the single boot, was placed at the very edge of the tree line. And next to it, on the flat surface of a large, gray boulder, I saw the mark. My drone's camera was powerful, designed to pick out minute details from a great height. I zoomed in until the image was almost vibrating with digital noise, but the shape was unmistakable. It wasn't a word. It wasn't a random scratch. It was a symbol etched deep into the stone. It was a complex geometric shape, a series of interlocking lines and sharp angles with a circle at its center. It looked ancient, malevolent, like something torn from the pages of a forbidden book, and it was fresh. The edges of the carving were sharp, the exposed rock underneath a paler gray than the weathered surface around it. In that moment, the entire world shifted. The 6 inches of reinforced steel and glass of my command vehicle no longer felt like a shield. My detachment, my carefully constructed sense of safety, was utterly shattered. I wasn't a detached observer mapping fire damage anymore. I was a witness. I was staring at a signpost, a deliberate marker left by someone, or something, that had led a missing man into the dark. Silent woods where my eye in the sky could not follow. The isolation of my position, once a comfort, now felt like a terrifying vulnerability. The vast, silent wilderness I had been watching on a screen all day suddenly felt like it was watching me back. Time froze for a moment. My body refused to move, but my mind was screaming. A part of my subconscious that still clung to reason tried to find an explanation. It could be the shadow of a tree branch swaying in the wind. The vehicle's floodlights could be distorting a harmless illusion. But then the shadow moved. The unnaturally long fingers tensed, tapping against the glass again. The sharp, deliberate sound of tap, tap, tap shattered my wall of denial completely. This was not a shadow. It was real. Primal instinct told me to get away. I scrambled to the other side of the cramped cabin, my back slamming hard against a panel of electronic equipment. My eyes were fixed on that window, my body trembling uncontrollably. The shadow of the hand remained pressed against the glass, motionless, as if waiting for my reaction. Then it began to move slowly, sliding upward with an unnatural fluidity until it disappeared from the edge of the window. The scraping sound on the roof returned, but this time it was louder, heavier, as if something with great weight was dragging itself across the metal. The sound of groaning, twisting metal echoed intermittently. I had to alert the ground team. I had to warn them. The thought cut through the terror. I reached a trembling hand for the radio handset, pressed and held the transmit button, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Command.
Air Recon 1, respond, emergency!
My voice was hoarse and broken. There's something here, something outside the vehicle. Abort the ground mission. Tell them to turn back. Respond. The reply was a loud burst of static, then a broken voice cut through. Recon. Say again is add. Before I could say anything else, the scraping on the roof stopped, followed by a silence that was even more terrifying. I held my breath, waiting. And then...
Grass.
A violent impact on the side of the truck shook everything. My body was thrown against the console. The instrument panels, which had gone dark, flickered back to life with a blaze of red warning lights. A high-pitched, piercing alarm blared through the cabin. Grass. Another one. this time more violent. I heard the safety glass on the side window begin to crackle, forming a spiderweb of fractures. The steel frame I had believed to be an impregnable fortress now felt as flimsy as an aluminum can. I screamed, a raw, genuine scream of pure terror. I tried to shout into the radio again. "Can anyone hear me? Help, it's trying to get in." Suddenly, the voice on the radio changed. The static disappeared, replaced by a brief, dead silence. Then a voice came back, but it wasn't from command. It was a dry, cold, and unnaturally resonant voice. It spoke slowly, word by word. "We found him." "Ooh," I whispered, my heart nearly stopping. "Who did you find?" "Daniel Ayers," the voice replied. "He is waiting." An icy chill shot down my spine. It wasn't a human voice. It was a hideous mimicry. It was the voice of the thing outside. It knew the missing hiker's name, and now it knew I was here, and that the ground team was walking straight into a trap.
Bench.
The driver's side window shattered. Shards of safety glass sprayed across the cabin. The space where the window had been was now just empty darkness. I knew I didn't have much time. The thought of driving away, once suppressed by duty and fear, was now the only escape I had left. I threw myself into the driver's seat, ignoring the glass shards cutting my skin. My hands scrambled frantically for the ignition switch. The roar of the diesel engine erupted, shaking the entire vehicle. I floored the accelerator. The truck lurched forward violently, tearing itself away from whatever was holding it. The high-powered headlights cut through the darkness ahead, revealing a sight that made me scream again. The thing was standing right there, less than 20 feet away. It was tall and horrifyingly thin, its limbs long and gangly, out of proportion. Its skin was pale, as white as bleached bone, and its face was a waking nightmare. It was smooth, featureless, without eyes or a nose, just a black, gaping slit for a mouth, the same shape as the symbol I had seen on the rock. It stood there in the glare of the lights, unfazed by the roaring engine. I wrenched the steering wheel hard. The truck swerved, sliding sideways, missing the figure by a hair's breadth. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. I knew it would be following. I kept the pedal to the floor, driving recklessly down the rough gravel road, the sound of charred branches scraping against the side of the truck, a long, grating shriek. Everything was a blur. My world was reduced to the beam of the headlights, the vibrating steering wheel in my hands, and the roar of the engine drowning out the frantic drumbeat of my heart. I don't know how long I drove, or where I was going, only that I had to get as far away as possible. The radio crackled to life again amidst the chaos, but this time it wasn't the chilling mimicry. It was a scream, a human scream, filled with unimaginable pain and terror. It was the ground team. I recognized one of their voices. Then it was cut off, replaced by deafening static. Tears streamed down my cheeks unnoticed. They weren't tears of grief, but of horror and guilt. I had sent them to their deaths. I kept driving aimlessly. The burned land slowly gave way to healthy forest. The occasional moonlight filtered through the trees, casting dancing shadows on the side of the road. Every flicker of movement made me flinch, my heart lurching in my chest. The next morning, a rescue team found my truck abandoned on the side of a service road nearly 50 miles from my original position. The engine was still running, the driver's door wide open. They found me huddled in the undergrowth not far away, disheveled, covered in scratches and cuts from the broken glass, but alive. I told them everything: the trail of belongings, the symbol on the rock, the sounds on the roof, the eyeless face on my drone feed, the impossibly long fingers, and the voice on the radio. They listened patiently, but I could see the pity and disbelief in their eyes. The official report stated that I had suffered from an acute stress reaction and severe psychosis brought on by prolonged isolation and a high-pressure work environment. They never found any trace of the creature I described. No unusual tracks around the vehicle, only my own panicked footprints leading into the woods. The 2 rangers from the ground team vanished without a trace. The search went on for weeks, but nothing was ever found. Just like Daniel Ayers, they had simply disappeared into the wilderness. I never went back to being a drone pilot. The softest scraper tap in the night still makes me jump. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see that blank face, that gaping oval mouth. I survived, but a part of me is still back there, in that command vehicle, on that dark night in the heart of the burned scar. And I know the terrible truth that in the great wildernesses of our world, there are places where the rules of nature don't apply, where shadows move just beyond our sight, and that sometimes to be missing isn't to be lost, it's to be found. My name is David Reichert, and for 15 years, I've been a park ranger in the vast, unforgiving wilderness of the Sierra Nevada. In this line of work, you learn to read the mountains like a book, the subtle shift in the wind that promises a storm, the unnatural silence that means a predator is near, the faint track in the mud that tells a story. You also learn to read people. Out here, away from the noise of civilization, a person's true character tends to show itself, stripped bare by the solitude and the immense power of nature. And then there was Jack Sullivan. To be formal, his name was on our rosters as Jack, Sully. Sullivan, backcountry packer, contracted for seasonal supply runs. But no one ever called him Jack. He was and always will be Sully. He was a piece of the park's history, as much a fixture as the ancient bristlecone pines, or the granite domes that clawed at the sky. Sully was what we called a mule packer, an old-school operator from a time before helicopters became the go to for stocking the remote ranger outposts and trail crew camps deep in the backcountry. For 30 years, he and his string of trusted mules were the lifeline to those isolated pockets of humanity, hauling everything from food and mail to dynamite and lumber. Sully was a man carved from the very rock and wood of the mountains he traveled. He was in his late 60s, but possessed the wary strength of someone half his age. His skin was tanned to the color of worn leather from a lifetime under the sun, and his face was a roadmap of wrinkles that deepened when he offered one of his rare, tight-lipped smiles. His eyes were a pale, piercing blue, constantly scanning, noticing everything. He spoke little, preferring the company of his mules to that of most people, but when he did speak, his words were chosen with care, carrying the weight of experience. His reputation was legendary. The younger rangers, fresh out of training and full of textbook knowledge, looked at him with a kind of awe. He knew trails that had long since vanished from our maps, shortcuts that could shave a day off a journey, and he could predict the weather with more accuracy than the folks at the National Weather Service. But his greatest asset, the true key to his success, was his profound connection with his animals. He didn't just command his mules, he partnered with them. He understood their subtle cues, the twitch of an ear, a hesitant step, a low bray, and he trusted their instincts implicitly. His lead mule, a wise and steady old girl named Agnes, was his most trusted advisor. Sully often said that Agnes had more common sense than any 3 people he knew, myself included. He'd had her for nearly 20 years, and the bond between them was something to behold. She was the one who tested the footing on treacherous scree fields, who sniffed the air for the scent of bear or mountain lion, and who always knew the safest way down a snow-covered pass. That's what makes this whole story so difficult to understand. For a man who trusted his animals' instincts above all else, his one great vulnerability was a stubborn, unyielding adherence to his old ways, specifically his rotes. Once Sully had a rote in his head, a path he had taken for decades, he would not be deterred from it. Not by a late-season blizzard, not by a rock slide, and in this final, tragic case, not even by the clear, desperate warnings of the very animals he claimed to trust with his life. The incident happened in late September. The air in the high country was already sharp, with the coming of fall. The aspen groves in the lower valleys had turned to brilliant, fiery gold, and the nights were dropping to near freezing. It was the last supply run of the season, a final trip to the remote McClure Meadow outpost before the trail crews packed up and the winter snows made the passes impassable. It was a routine run for Sully, a trip he had made 100 times before. I saw him the morning he left. He was at the pack station near Bishop, methodically loading the wooden panniers onto his string of 5 mules. I was there to sign off on his cargo manifest. Agnes stood patiently at the head of the line, occasionally turning her head to watch him with her big, dark, intelligent eyes. "Morning, Sully," I said, walking over with my clipboard. He grunted a greeting, not looking up from tightening a cinch. "Rachard, looks like you're carrying half a hardware store this time?" I joked, glancing at the list. Cans of beans, bags of flour, a new 2-way radio antenna, boxes of 9, penny nails, and, as always, a small crate of whiskey for the end of season celebration. "They'll need it," he said simply. "Winter comes fast up there." I noticed the other mules seemed a little restless, shifting their weight and flicking their ears more than usual. Even Agnes seemed on edge. She let out a soft, low snort and took a half step back, her eyes fixed on the trail leading up into the jagged peaks. "Everything all right with the team?" I asked. "They seem a bit skittish." Sully finally straightened up and gave them a long look. He ran a hand down Agnes's neck, and she leaned into his touch, though her ears remained swiveled towards the mountains. "She's just being a mule," he said, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. "Smells the snow on the wind. Knows this is the last haul." I looked up at the mountains. The peaks were stark against the deep blue sky, but a thin veil of high altitude clouds was beginning to gather in the west. "The forecast calls for a front moving in day after tomorrow. You should be at McClure long before then if you take the lower pass." He turned his pale blue eyes on me. "I'm taking the high trail," he said, his tone flat, leaving no room for argument. "It's faster." A little prickle of unease went down my spine. The high trail was indeed shorter, but it was more exposed, winding along narrow ledges with sheer drop-offs. A section of it, known as the Razorback, was notoriously dangerous after the first freeze, when meltwater turned the rock to black ice. The lower pass was longer, but infinitely safer. "The boys at McClure aren't going anywhere, Sully," I said gently. "An extra half day won't matter. The lower route is clear. I've walked the high trail this time of year since before you were born, son," he said, a hard edge to his voice. He wasn't being mean. He was just stating what he considered to be a fact. His experience outweighed my caution. "Agnes and I know the way." But as he said it, Agnes took another step back, pulling at her lead rope. She let out a louder, more insistent bray, a sound of genuine protest. The other mules echoed her, their heads up, their nostrils flared. It was the most vocal and unified resistance I had ever seen from his team. They did not want to go. Sully turned to them, and his face softened for a moment. He spoke to Agnes in a low, calming murmur, the way a father would speak to a frightened child. But then he set his jaw, his stubbornness hardening his features again. He gave her lead rope a firm tug. "Come on, old girl. It's just work." He signed the manifest, gave me a curt nod, and started up the trail, leading his reluctant string of animals into the vast, silent wilderness. I stood there for a long time, watching them get smaller and smaller, and not a dread tightening in my stomach. The last thing I saw was Agnes, turning her head one last time to look back at the pack station, a silent, desperate plea in her eyes before she disappeared around a bend. For a man who could read the mountains, Sully had failed to read the most important book of all that day, the one written in the language of fear and instinct by the creatures he trusted most. The 2 days after Sully left were filled with a low, humming anxiety that I couldn't shake. It was a feeling I knew well, a ranger's intuition that something was off, kilter in the grand, silent balance of the wilderness. On the first day, the sky remained mostly clear, a brilliant, deceptive blue. I told myself my fears were unfounded. Sully was the best there was. A little stubbornness didn't negate 30 years of experience. He knew the high trail better than I knew the back of my own hand. He'd be fine. He was always fine. But the memory of those mules, of Agnes's pleading eyes, kept replaying in my mind. Animals don't have agendas. They don't have pride. They have instinct, pure and simple, and their instincts were screaming that day. By the afternoon of the second day, the sky had turned to a flat, bruised sheet of gray. The wind picked up, moaning through the pine trees with a mournful sound that set my teeth on edge. Sully was due at McClure Meadow by noon. I gave him a few hours' grace. Maybe he decided to rest the mules longer than usual. Maybe the trail was slower going than he anticipated. At 3 p.m., I went to the radio room. "Sierra Station to McClure. Come in," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet room. Static answered. I tried again, fiddling with the dial. "Sierra Station to McClure Meadow. Do you copy?" A voice, faint and distorted, crackled back. "Eachert? Hatch you? Reeking up?" It was Tom, the senior trail crew lead at the meadow. "Tom, it's David. Just checking in. Have you seen Sully? Over." A long pause, filled with the hiss and pop of the radio. "Negative, Sierra. No sign of, Either's turning nasty up here. Expected him hours. Oh, any word on your end? Over." The knot in my stomach, the one that had been there since Sully walked away, tightened into a cold, hard stone. "Negative, McClure. He took the high trail. Keep a light on for him. I'll check in again at 0600s. Over. Copy that. McClure out." The radio went silent, but the quiet was worse than the static. "He took the high trail." My words hung in the air, an admission of a mistake I should have fought harder to prevent. That night, the storm hit. It didn't just snow. It was a full-blown blizzard, a furious whiteout that erased the world. The wind howled like a hungry wolf, rattling the windows of the station. All I could do was sit by the fire, a map of the park spread out on the floor, and trace the thin red line of the high trail with my finger, imagining Sully and his mules caught out in that maelstrom, all because of his pride in my failure to stop him. The storm raged for 36 hours. It was an agonizing eternity. When it finally broke on the morning of the fourth day, the world was transformed. Everything was buried under 3 feet of pristine, heavy snow. The beauty of it was chilling, a perfect white blanket covering a multitude of sins. An official search and rescue mission was launched immediately. I was assigned to lead the primary ground team. My partner was a seasoned ranger named Maria Garcia, a woman as tough and practical as the granite cliffs she often scaled. We gathered a team of 6, all experienced in winter conditions. The plan was simple and grim. Head up the high trail and follow Sully's route until we found him, or what was left of him. We all knew the most likely scenario was that he'd slipped on an icy patch of the Razorback and had gone over the edge. We were looking for a recovery, not a rescue. The going was brutal. We were on snowshoes, breaking trail through the deep, untracked powder. The silence was absolute, broken only by our own labored breathing and the crunch of our steps. The air was thin and bitingly cold. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. We reached the base of the high trail ascent by midday. The landscape was beautiful and terrifying. The snow clung to the cliffs in impossible formations, and the trail itself was a barely visible indentation on the side of the mountain. And then Garcia, who was in the lead, "Stop dead, David," she said, her voice quiet but sharp. "Up ahead." I moved up beside her and looked. There, about 200 yards up the trail, was a cluster of dark shapes against the snow. My heart leaped. It was the mules. They were huddled together in a small, sheltered copse of wind, blasted pines just off the trail. They were alive. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost made my knees buckle. If the mules were alive, maybe Sully was too. Maybe he'd just hunkered down to wait out the storm. "Sully?" I yelled, my voice echoing unnaturally in the vast emptiness. "Sully, it's Park Service." There was no answer. As we got closer, the scene started to feel wrong. The 4 mules were there, but they weren't calm. Their eyes were wide with panic, and they sheet away as we approached, snorting nervously. Their pack saddles were in disarray, with straps broken and cargo missing. A bag of flour had been torn open, dusting the snow like a shroud, but there was no sign of Sully, and no sign of Agnes. Spread out, I ordered the team, my voice strained. Look for tracks. He can't be far. We began to search the immediate area. The mules' prints were everywhere, a chaotic mess indicating they had been pacing and milling about in distress. We found some of Sully's gear, one of his gloves, a dented tin coffee cup. But no Sully. Then I saw it, a single line of tracks leading away from the frantic cluster of mules, heading towards the edge of the trees. It was a mule's track. Singular. I followed the tracks, my snowshoes sinking into the deep powder. They led me around a large granite boulder and into a small, secluded hollow. And that's where I found her. It was Agnes. She was lying on her side in the snow, her legs stiff, her body half, covered by a drift of white. My first thought was that she had frozen, but as I got closer, I saw that wasn't it. The snow around her neck and shoulders was stained a dark, ugly crimson. Her throat had been torn out. It wasn't the work of a mountain lion or a bear. I'd seen their kills before. This was different, more savage, more frenzied. It was a slaughter, not a hunt. I knelt beside her, a wave of nausea and sorrow washing over me. I placed a hand on her cold, still flank. This wise, steady creature, Sully's most trusted partner, was dead. And the other mules hadn't just been spooked. They were utterly terrified. They had witnessed this. Garcia's voice cut through my shock. "David, over here! I've got his tracks!" I left Agnes and joined Garcia at the edge of the copse. She was pointing at the snow. There were two sets of footprints leading away from the hollow where Agnes lay. One set was clearly Sully's, the familiar waffle, stomp of his heavy winter boots. But his gait was wrong. The steps were uneven, spaced too far apart, as if he were stumbling or running in terror. And beside his prints was the other set. My blood ran cold. They were huge, much larger than a man's boot print. They were roughly humanoid in shape, but longer with what looked like impressions of long, sharp claws digging into the snow at the end of each step. But the most disturbing thing was the stride. The distance between the tracks was immense, far longer than any man or bear could make. It was the stride of something impossibly tall, impossibly fast. The prints weren't from any animal I knew. They weren't from any animal that was supposed to exist. Sully's desperate, stumbling tracks, and these monstrous prints traveled side by side, heading away from the relative safety of the trail. They plunged straight into the deepest, most inaccessible part of the wilderness, a labyrinth of canyons and ancient forests that even the most seasoned rangers avoided. We stood there, the six of us, staring at these impossible tracks in the snow. The sun was beginning to dip below the jagged peaks, casting long, purple shadows that seemed to writhe and stretch like living things. The search for a lost old man had just turned into something else entirely. We weren't just looking for Jack Sullivan anymore. We were hunting a nightmare. The decision I made then was one of the hardest of my career as a ranger. Protocol was clear at sundown, especially in winter conditions, and on a hazardous search. You make camp. To follow unknown tracks into an unmapped wilderness at night was tantamount to suicide. But looking at those monstrous tracks leading into the deepening gloom of the pines, protocol seemed like a flimsy, bureaucratic thing from a world far away. This wasn't a textbook situation. We weren't looking for the body of a fallen hiker anymore. We were hunting the thing that had killed Agnes and taken one of the toughest men I'd ever known. Primal instinct, the very thing Sully had lived his life by, told me that if we stopped, we'd lose him forever. "We're going on," I said, and no one in the team argued. My voice was raw, laced with fear, but resolute. Maria Garcia gave a grim nod, her own eyes fixed on the horrifying trail. "We have to." We radioed the situation back to base command. The words sounded insane even to my own ears. "We are following two sets of tracks. One belongs to Sullivan. The other, it's of no known animal. Humanoid, but much larger. We believe Sully is alive, but in grave danger. We're continuing until we lose the light." The silence on the other end was full of disbelief, but finally, the commander's voice crackled back. "Copy that, Rachel. Watch your six." They knew they couldn't stop us. They knew this was more than a search and rescue. It had become personal. As we pushed into the forest, the last of the daylight vanished. The massive trees blotted out the darkening sky, creating a world of deep shadows. The temperature plummeted and the silence became oppressive. It was an unnatural quiet. No birds, no scurrying critters. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath in terror. We followed the tracks by the beams of our headlamps. Sully's prints continued to show signs of panic, stumbles, slips, while the tracks of his pursuer remained terrifyingly steady and powerful. It wasn't running. It was stalking unhurried, each stride covering an impossible distance, as if it knew its quarry had no hope of escape. The deeper we went, the stranger the landscape became. The trees began to twist into unnatural shapes, their branches contorted downwards like claws. No snow clung to these branches, though everything around us was draped in it. The air took on a strange odor, a smell of ozone like after a thunderstorm, mixed with a wild, musky scent and the faint, sickly sweet smell of decay. About a mile in, we found the first object. It was Sully's rifle. It lay discarded beside the trail, the snow around it trampled from a desperate struggle. The wooden stock was snapped in two, the barrel bent at an impossible angle. Sully must have used it as a club. He hadn't fired a single shot, which told me two things: either he never had the time, or he knew his. 30 Zu-6 rounds would have no effect on the thing. Fear began to chew at the team's courage. We communicated only in hand signals and hushed whispers, each man and woman scanning the oppressive darkness around us, half expecting to see a pair of eyes staring back. The notion that we were the hunters had long since evaporated. We were the prey, merely following the trail of the one who went before us. We continued for another half hour before we found the next item. It was Sully's red down jacket. It had been ripped to shreds as if it were tissue paper, the down feathers scattered across the snow like a grisly second snowfall. But it was what was on the largest piece of fabric that froze our blood. A massive, dark handprint. It wasn't mud or blood. It was a black, viscous substance that seemed to have soaked into the fabric and burned it. The fingers were too long, too thin, and at the tip of each was a deep gouge where a claw had been. At this point, one of the younger team members, a kid named Cody, started to break. "What is this?" he whispered, tears of terror freezing on his cheeks. "What are we doing here?" Maria moved to him and grabbed his arm, her grip firm. "Breathe, Cody," she said, her voice low and steady. "We're here to bring a man home. Remember that." Her words steadied us, but the terrifying reality remained. We were no longer in the world we knew. We had crossed some unseen boundary into a place where the laws of nature no longer applied. The tracks led us out of the woods and into a granite clearing that was windswept and nearly bare of snow. Here, under the cold moonlight that filtered through the clouds, we saw their destination. In the center of the clearing stood a monolithic spire of black granite. It was not a natural formation. It was a crude obelisk, 15 feet high, that looked ancient, older than the trees, older than the mountains. It seemed to suck in the light around it, making it appear darker than any shadow. The spire was covered in swirling glyphs and sigils that seemed to shift and writhe as we looked at them. And at the base of that spire, the tracks ended. Sully was bound to it with what looked like thick, black, sticky vines that grew from the rock itself. He was alive, just barely. His body hung limp, his head slumped on his chest, his clothes in tatters. But he wasn't alone. Next to him stood the owner of the monstrous tracks. It was impossibly tall and gaunt, at least 8 feet high, with long, spidery limbs. Its skin was the color of crude oil and seemed to constantly shift. It had no face to speak of, just a smooth, blank expanse that seemed to absorb light and sound. It was standing over Sully, one of its long arms raised, and from its fingertips, claws as long as scalpels were slowly extending. We stood frozen in a state of pure, primal terror, our minds refusing to process what we were seeing. It was a creature from a nightmare, from a story told around a campfire to frighten children, and it was standing right in front of us. The creature seemed to sense our presence. It turned its featureless head slowly towards us, and though it had no eyes, I could feel its gaze on every one of us, peering into our souls and finding our deepest fears. That's when Sully moved. He lifted his head slowly, and in the moonlight, I saw his face. It was not the face of a man in torment or terror, but one of bizarre serenity. His eyes were open and looked directly at me, and he shook his head slowly, just once. A negation, a warning. Don't. Then the creature moved. It lowered its clawed hand to Sully's chest. There was no violence, no struggle. It simply touched him, and Sully's body dissolved. It fell away into a fine, gray dust that drifted up into the night air and vanished. No scream, no blood, just nothingness. The creature stood for a moment longer before turning back to the spire and placing its long hand on its surface. Then it began to sink into the stone as if the rock were water. It melted away until nothing was left but the silent, black obelisk under the moon and the slowly settling dust that had once been a man named Sully. We said nothing. We just turned and walked away. We didn't run. We walked. Orderly and silent, back the way we came, leaving our tracks beside the ones that had led us there. The official report states that Jack, Sully Sullivan, was lost and presumed dead, the likely victim of an avalanche during the unseasonable storm. There is no mention of strange tracks, of a stone obelisk, or of a faceless creature. The evidence was buried with the next snowfall. The case was closed. But I know the truth. I saw it. And sometimes, on quiet nights, when the wind is just right in the pines, I think I can hear his whisper on the breeze. And I look up at the dark mountains and remember that some things live in the deep wilderness, things that are ancient and hungry, and sometimes they find their way out. My name is Miles Corbin, and for the last 15 years, I have served as a senior park ranger with the U.S. Forest Service. My post is in the Bridger, Teton National Forest, a sprawling expanse of Wyoming wilderness that is, to my mind, one of the last truly wild places in the lower 48. People see the postcards of the Grand Tetons and think they understand it, but they don't. They see the majesty, not the indifference. They don't comprehend the sheer scale of the backcountry, the labyrinthine canyons, the forest so dense that sunlight becomes a rumor. It's a place of profound beauty and profound danger, where a simple misstep can erase you from existence. In my time, I've seen it all: grisly attacks, 100-foot falls, people who wander off trail and are found months later, or not at all. We have a saying out here: the woods don't care if you live or die. It's a truth you learn to respect, a constant hum of mortal static beneath the birdsong and the whispering pines. Most of the time, that static stays in the background. But every now and then, something happens that turns up the volume, something that reminds you that there are stories older than the trails and creatures that have never been cataloged. The disappearance of Dr. Evelyn Reed was one of those times. It was the moment the static became a scream. The initial report came in on a Tuesday in late September. It wasn't a frantic 911 call, but a dry professional inquiry from the University of California, Berkeley. Dr. Evelyn Reed, a leading acoustic ecologist, was overdue for her weekly satellite phone check-in. It wasn't an immediate red flag. Equipment fails. People get engrossed in their work and lose track of time. In this part of the world, you give things a day or two to sort themselves out before you hit the panic button. Her research permit was on file, of course. Detailed, meticulous, just like everything else about her seemed to be. She had been granted access to a particularly remote section of the forest known colloquially as the Serpent's Maw. It's not on any public map. The canyon system is a treacherous, winding scar in the earth, notoriously difficult to access and even harder to navigate. The geology there does strange things to sound, which was precisely why she'd chosen it. Her project was to create a complete soundscape of the Maw, a comprehensive audio record of the canyon's life, from the barely audible scuttling of insects to the low, frequency rumble of distant rockfalls. She was, in essence, trying to listen to the canyon's voice. She was scheduled to be in the field for a 6-week solo expedition. She was on week 4. By Wednesday afternoon, with still no word, my supervisor, Rick, decided it was time for a welfare check. It was considered a low-risk, routine assignment. Miles, he'd said, leaning over a topographical map in the station, take a ride out to her access point. Hike in, find her camp, make sure she hasn't become bear food. Simple in and out. The drive to the trailhead alone took 3 hours, transitioning from paved roads to gravel, and finally to a rugged 2 track that tested the limits of my truck's suspension. From there, it was an 8-mile hike into the maw. The air grew cooler as I descended, the scent of pine and damp earth growing stronger. The silence here was different. It was a heavy, weighted silence, punctuated by the caw of a raven or the chatter of a squirrel, sounds that seemed to be swallowed by the immense stone walls around me. You get used to feeling watched in the backcountry. It's the survival instinct of a species that spent millennia as prey. But in the serpent's maw, the feeling was amplified. It was a deep, primal certainty that I was an intruder in a place that did not welcome guests. I found her base camp just before dusk, situated on a small, defensible ledge overlooking the canyon floor. And that's when the first real spike of unease hit me. The camp was immaculate, but wrong. A state-of-the-art four-season tent was zip tight. Beside it, a portable camp table held a plate with a half-eaten protein bar, a swarm of ants diligently carrying away the crumbs. An open book face down, its pages fluttering in the slight breeze. It was a scene of sudden interruption. People in the wild, especially seasoned professionals like Reed, don't just walk away from their camp like this. You secure your food, you pack your things, you respect the environment. This felt hasty, disrespectful, and that wasn't like her at all. The most telling detail was her equipment. A solar array was angled perfectly toward the fading sun, connected to a bank of batteries. Wires snaked from the power source to a pelican case that sat open on a small tarp. Inside was a laptop, its screen glowing softly, and an array of complex-looking audio hardware. High-gain microphones on small tripods were positioned around the camp, their parabolic dishes aimed into the vast emptiness of the canyon. This was her work, her passion, worth tens of thousands of dollars. You don't leave it. You don't leave it for a quick walk. You don't leave it for anything. My duty was to check for any sign of her, any note or indication of where she'd gone. I called her name until my throat was raw, the sound echoing back at me in distorted, mocking patterns. Nothing. That's when I turned to the laptop. Her research log. It was my best, and perhaps only, chance of figuring out what had happened. The log consisted of dated audio files and typed notes. I started with the most recent. The first dozen entries were exactly what I expected. Her voice was calm, clinical, and filled with academic wonder. September 18th, 2200 hours. Nocturnal insect activity is higher than anticipated. The dominant frequency is in the 5 kilohertz range, likely a species of katydid. A great horned owl called from the North Ridge, approximately 800 meters distant. It was the meticulous, detached work of a scientist. But then, the tone began to shift. About 4 days ago, a new element appeared in her notes. September 22nd, 0315 hours. Picked up an anomalous acoustic event. Low frequency, between 30 and 40 hertz. Initially dismissed as geologic, but the pattern is non-random. It has a cadence, a rhythmic pulse. Duration was 7.3 seconds. Cannot identify the source. It is unlike any animal vocalization I have ever encountered. I clicked on the corresponding audio file. Through my headphones, I heard the gentle hum of the night, and then a deep, vibrating thrum that seemed to press in on my ears from all sides. It wasn't just a sound, I could almost feel it in my sternum. It was unsettling, but I could see how she might initially think it was a rock slide or seismic activity. Her entry from the next day was more agitated. September 23rd, U400 hours. It's back. Same frequency, but the duration was longer, nearly a full minute. And there was something else this time. Layered over the low, frequency hum were higher. Pitch clicks. They sound almost like mimicry. I can hear what sounds like a distorted echo of the owl from the other night, but it's wrong. The pitch is off, the sequence broken. It's like something is trying to learn the canyon's language by taking it apart and putting it back together incorrectly. This is not geological. It is, I am now certain, bioacoustic in origin. I played that file and the hair on my arm stood on end. The deep hum was there again, a foundational, gut-churning vibration. But this time, I heard the other sound. A series of sharp, wet clicks and whistles woven together in a complex, disturbing sequence. She was right. It sounded like a recording of bird and insect calls had been chopped up and rearranged by a madman. It was a sound that had no place in nature. It felt intelligent, but in a way that was utterly alien. The final entry was from just over 24 hours ago. There were no typed notes, only a single, short audio file labeled Fennel. My hand trembled slightly as I clicked play. Dr. Reed's voice was a choked whisper, filled with a mixture of terror and rapt fascination. The wind rustled against the microphone. "It's close," she whispered. Her breath ragged. I think the source is just below this ledge, in that fissure." There was a pause. The deep humming sound was now audible even through the laptop's tinny speakers, a constant, menacing presence. The clicking sounds were there too, faster now, more frantic. It's not just mimicking anymore, it's calling. Responding to my movements. It knows I'm here. My God, the structure of it, the complexity, it shouldn't exist. It defies biological models. Her voice broke, a note of pure fear, cutting through the scientific curiosity. I have to see it. I have to know what it is. Then came the sound that will haunt me for the rest of my days. It wasn't a scream. It was a sudden, sharp snap, like a massive bone breaking. It was followed by an instant of complete and total silence. Not the fading of a recording, but an abrupt, violent cessation of all noise. The wind, the humming, her breathing, everything gone. The audio file simply ended. I sat there for a full minute, frozen, the empty hiss of the dead air in my headphones. The sun had set, plunging the serpent's maw into a deep, oppressive darkness. The familiar night sounds of the forest I had known my entire life no longer seemed comforting. They felt like a thin veil stretched over a terrible, waiting silence. I grabbed my satellite phone, my hands clumsy and cold. I wasn't reporting a missing person anymore. Evelyn Reed hadn't just gotten lost. She had found something. Or, more accurately, something had found her. Standing on that ledge, with the abyss of the canyon before me, I knew that a search and rescue mission was not enough. We were dealing with something else entirely. And it was still out there, in the dark. My call to Rick was the hardest I've ever had to make in my career. The satellite phone felt like a block of ice in my hand. In the background, the canyon was a black hole that had swallowed all sound. How do you tell your boss, a man who has seen and heard everything the wilderness can throw at a person, that you believe a missing scientist was killed by a sound? How do you report a monster you've only heard on a laptop? I settled for the facts as I knew them, my voice tight and strained. "Rick, it's Miles. I found Dr. Reed's base camp. It's abandoned. But I found a research log. The last entry, it's not good. I think she's gone. No, I don't think it was a bear or a fall. There's something else out here. I'm requesting a full search and rescue team. And Rick, tell them to be armed. And bring a forensics kit. Something happened here." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. I could picture him in his brightly lit office, a world away from the oppressive darkness I was in, rubbing his tired eyes. "Miles, what did you find?" "Just get the team," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "You need to hear it for yourself. I spent that night in Dr. Reed's camp, though I didn't sleep. I couldn't bring myself to use her tent. Instead, I sat with my back against a rock, my service pistol in my lap, and watched the impenetrable darkness of the fissure below. I kept the laptop open, the screen's glow a tiny shield against the night. I didn't play the audio files again. I didn't have to. The sounds were seared into my memory. deep, resonant hum felt like it was still vibrating in the rock beneath me, a sleeping beast. Several times, I thought I heard it for real. A low thrumming on the edge of my hearing. But I told myself it was just the wind, just my rattled nerves. The silence from the canyon was absolute, and somehow that was worse than any noise. It was the silence of a predator that has already eaten. The SAR team arrived by helicopter the next morning. The hump of the chopper blades echoing through the maw was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of civilization, of order, of a world where things made sense. The team consisted of 6 people, led by a man named Jackson, a former Navy SEAL with a face like carved granite. They were the best of the best. Paramedics, climbing specialists, trackers. They moved with a quiet, efficient professionalism that was both reassuring and, in this context, deeply unsettling. They were here to find a body, to execute a recovery. They were not equipped to hunt a ghost. I played the final audio file for Rick and Jackson in the relative quiet of the helicopter after it landed on a wider ledge a quarter-mile away. Rick listened with a deepening frown, his skepticism warring with the genuine fear in Dr. Reed's voice. Jackson was harder to read. He listened intently, his eyes never leaving the laptop, his expression unreadable. When the file ended with that sickening snap and the abrupt silence, he just nodded slowly. "Okay," he said, his voice calm. "So the working theory is she fell. The sound she was hearing could have been anything. Wind in a cave, rock friction, auditory pareidolia. She got spooked, lost her footing and went into that fissure." And the snap, I pressed. "And the way all sound just cut out?" "A rock breaking as she fell, her microphone hitting the canyon wall." Jackson replied, his logic smooth and practiced. It was a perfect, reasonable explanation. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it was completely wrong. "We'll rig up and send 2 people down. Standard procedure. We'll find her." The operation began. 2 climbers, a young, wary man named Cody, and a woman named Maya, prepped their gear. They were all business, their conversation a clipped shorthand of carabiners, anchors, and rope lengths. They hammered anchors into the rock ledge, just feet from where Dr. Reed had made her last stand. The sound of the hammer against the rock was sharp, profane, an insult to the canyon's heavy silence. As they worked, I watched the rest of the team. They were setting up a command post, but their eyes kept drifting toward the fissure, toward the darkness that seemed to absorb the bright morning light. The professional detachment was there, but beneath it, I could sense the same unease I felt. This place felt wrong, and they all knew it. Cody and Maya rappelled into the fissure, their headlamps cutting twin beams into the gloom. For the first 100 feet, their radio transmissions were clear. Nothing yet Jackson. Just sheer rock wall. It's tight in here. Their voices started to crackle with static. Jackson fiddled with the radio. "Signals bouncing around in here," he muttered. And then it started. It began so subtly that at first, everyone ignored it. A low hum, barely perceptible over the sound of the wind. It wasn't coming from the radio. It was coming from the fissure itself. I saw Jackson pause, his head cocked to one side. One of the paramedics looked up from his kit, a confused expression on his face. The hum grew, not necessarily in volume, but in presence. It was the same 30 hertz thrum from Dr. Reed's recordings. It resonated in our chests, a physical pressure that made it hard to breathe. "What is that?" Rick asked, his voice low. Before Jackson could answer, a new sound joined the hum, coming from the depths of the fissure. It was a series of wet, sharp clicks. And then, through the radio, Maya's voice came through, laced with static and something else, confusion. "Jackson, are you guys hearing that? It sounds like birdsong, but it's coming from down here." "That's a negative, Maya," Jackson said, his voice tight. "There are no birds down there. Check your gear. Could be radio interference." "It's not interference," Cody's voice crackled. "It's all around us. It's mimicking Maya's whistle." My blood ran cold. Maya had a habit of whistling short, tuneless melodies while she worked. I hadn't even consciously noticed it. But now, echoing from the fissure and distorted through the radio, was a grotesque parody of her little tune, interspersed with those wet, clicking sounds. It was the sound of something intelligent and malicious. Jackson grabbed the radio. Cody, Maya, report. What do you see? There was a long burst of static. Then, Maya's voice, high and strained. We're at the bottom. It's a small cavern. Her pack is here. It's torn to shreds. But there's no body, no blood. Just her pack and one of her microphones. What's the condition of the microphone? Jackson demanded. It's shattered, Cody replied. Looks like it was crushed, like it was squeezed in a vise. The humming intensified and the clicking mimicry grew more complex. We could hear it clearly now, even without the radio. It echoed up from the fissure, a symphony of stolen sounds. We heard a distorted raven's caw, the chatter of a squirrel, and then a sound that made my heart stop. It was a perfect imitation of the rescue helicopter's rotor blades, a flawless hoomp, hoomp rising from the bowels of the earth. The team was frozen, their faces a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. This was beyond their training, beyond any contingency plan. They were trained for the tangible, for the world of ropes and splints and broken bones. They were not trained for a monster that could steal sounds and turn them into weapons. Pull them up, Rick ordered, his face pale. Pull them up now! The winch team scrambled to obey, their movements clumsy with fear. As the ropes began to draw Cody and Maya out of the darkness, the sound from the fissure changed again. The mimicry stopped. The humming stopped. A new sound began, a single clear note that seemed to pierce the air. It was a voice, and it was a perfect imitation of Dr. Evelyn Reed. It knows I'm here. The voice echoed from the fissure, a crystal clear, emotionless replay of her final words. My God, the structure of it. And then it began to laugh. A high, cold, giggling sound that was part Dr. Reed, part bird, and part something else entirely. It was a sound of pure, alien madness. It was the last thing we heard before Cody and Maya emerged from the fissure, their faces white with terror, their eyes wide with a sight they would never be able to properly describe. The search for Dr. Reed was over. The hunt had just begun. Cody and Maya came over the ledge of the fissure like ghosts. They were both pale, their movements jerky and uncoordinated. Maya was shaking uncontrollably, her eyes wide and unfocused, fixed on something none of the rest of us could see. Cody was worse. He didn't seem to be breathing. He just stared straight ahead, his face a mask of such absolute, primal terror that it made my own stomach clench. Jackson and one of the paramedics rushed to them, but they both flinched away from the touch, scrambling backward on the dusty rock. What did you see? Jackson demanded, his voice a low growl, trying to cut through their shock. Report! It was Maya who finally spoke, her voice a fractured whisper, each word a shard of glass. Yet it doesn't have a shape. It's made of sound. When the headlamps hit it, there was nothing there. Just a ripple in the air. But the sound was inside our heads. It looked at us. How can a sound look at you? Rick asked, his voice shaking. It used her voice. Cody choked out, finally speaking. He pointed a trembling finger toward the fissure. It used her voice to look at us. It showed us how she died. We heard the snap. We felt it. He pressed his hands to his ears as if he could still hear it. It took her voice. It took everything. It's still wearing her. That was it. That was the phrase that broke the dam. It's still wearing her. The professional discipline of the SAR team evaporated. The paramedic took a step back. The winch operators stared at their ropes as if they were contaminated. Jackson's face, once a mask of stoic resolve, was now ashen. The logic, the procedure, the training. It was all useless debris in the face of what Cody had just said. You can't put a splint on a man's sanity. You can't perform CPR on a soul. Pack it up. Jackson commanded, his voice devoid of its earlier confidence. It was the voice of a man ordering a full retreat. We are leaving. Now, everything gets left behind. Tents, gear, everything. We take the personnel and the laptop. Nothing else. We are leaving now. Nobody argued. The scramble to the helicopter was a barely controlled panic. We were no longer a search and rescue team. We were prey fleeing a predator we could not see or comprehend. As the helicopter lifted off, the serpent's maw shrank below us, a dark, silent wound in the earth. I looked down at Dr. Reed's camp, her open book still fluttering on the table, a tiny monument to a curiosity that had led to an unspeakable end. As we gained altitude, I could have sworn I heard a final, faint sound drifting up from the canyon, the sound of a high, cold, giggling laugh that was part woman, part bird, and all monster. The debriefing was a nightmare of bureaucracy grinding against existential horror. We sat in a sterile conference room at the regional office in Jackson Hole. A panel of grim, faced officials from the Forest Service, the Sheriff's Department, and even a quiet, observant man in a suit who never introduced himself. Listened to our story. Jackson, to his credit, reported what happened exactly as it occurred. He described the sounds, the mimicry, the psychological breakdown of his team members. He played Dr. Reed's final audio file. The officials listened, their faces impassive. When it was over, the man in the suit spoke for the first time. His voice was calm and unnervingly reasonable. "What you have experienced," he began, "is a textbook case of mass auditory hallucination, likely triggered by a combination of infrasound from geological instability and the high-stress environment of a recovery operation. Dr. Reed, a lone researcher, likely succumbed to similar psychological pressures, leading to her accidental death. The mimicry was your brain's trying to make sense of random noise. It's a known phenomenon. I wanted to scream. I wanted to grab him by his expensive tie and drag him to that ledge and make him listen to the thing that wore Evelyn Reed's voice. But I said nothing. I saw the look in Rick's eyes, a silent order to stand down. A narrative was being constructed, a story that would fit neatly into a file folder. The official story was released 2 days later. Dr. Evelyn Reed was declared missing, presumed dead, the victim of a tragic fall in a geologically unstable canyon. The serpent's maw and the 50 square miles of wilderness around it were permanently closed to all public and official access, effective immediately. The reason given was unpredictable seismic activity and potential subterranean gas releases. Fences were erected. Warning signs were posted. The Forest Service, in its infinite bureaucratic wisdom, had put a Band-Aid on a cancer. Cody and Maya were given extended medical leave for PTSD. The official report said they were traumatized by discovering the remains of a fellow outdoorsman. It was a lie, but perhaps a kinder one than the truth. The other members of the SAR team were reassigned to different parks. The incident was buried, but I couldn't bury it. I couldn't sleep without hearing that deep, resonant hum, without feeling it in my bones. I had a copy of all of Dr. Reed's audio files, and I listened to them for hours, night after night, until my wife began to look at me with a fear I had never seen in her before. I was looking for a weakness, a pattern, a clue. Anything that would give a name to the thing in the canyon. I dug into the park's archives, sifting through a century of ranger logs, surveyor maps, and forgotten journals. I found scattered, cryptic references. A prospector in the 1890s wrote of a silent canyon that stole the echo. A park ranger in the 1950s filed a strange report about losing 3 days of memory after trying to map the area, his only note upon his return being, "It sings the song of the rocks." I even sought out a local Shoshone elder, a man named Joseph. He listened to my story patiently. When I was done, he simply nodded. "There are places where the earth is thin," he said, his old eyes looking at something far away. "Places where things from before the first sunrise still sleep. They are not good or evil. They are just hungry. This one, it is hungry for stories. It eats them. It eats voices. You must not give it yours." A month after the official closure, I drove out to the perimeter of the quarantine zone. It was a cold, clear night. The kind of night where sound travels for miles. I parked my truck and walked to the chain link fence, the warning signs stark white in the moonlight. I stood there for a long time just listening. At first, there was nothing but the wind in the pines. And then I heard it. It was faint, so faint I thought I was imagining it, but it was there. A sound carried on the wind from the direction of the maw. It was a grotesque melody, a series of wet, sharp clicks woven together with a distorted echo of the helicopter's rotor blades and a ghostly fragment of Maya's tuneless whistle. It was a symphony of stolen sounds, a monster practicing its vocabulary. It was learning, it was remembering. And as I stood there, frozen in the cold Wyoming night, a new sound joined the horrible chorus. It was a perfect, clear imitation of my own voice, from the satellite phone, call I had made from Dr. Reed's camp. Just get the team. My own voice echoed back at me from the darkness. You need to hear it for yourself. The thing in the canyon hadn't just taken Dr. Reed's story. It had taken mine, too. It knew my voice. It knew my fear. And I knew with a certainty that settled in my soul like a block of ice that this wasn't over. The hunt had just begun, and I was the one being hunted. My name is Daniel Kim, and for the past 12 years, I have worked as a commercial search and recovery diver. It's a job title that sounds more exciting than it often is. Most of the time, it's a methodical, physically demanding, and lonely profession. We are the people contracted by law enforcement, insurance companies, or private citizens to retrieve things from places where no one else can or will go: sunken boats, submerged vehicles, lost cargo. It's a world of cold pressure and near total darkness. To do this job, you need a specific mindset. You have to trust your equipment implicitly, trust your surface tender with your life, and most importantly, you have to master the art of keeping your imagination on a very short leash. Down in the crushing blackness of a deep lake or a murky river, your mind can become your greatest enemy. Every shadow, every muffled sound, every piece of debris that brushes against your suit can transform into something monstrous if you let it. I'd always prided myself on my professionalism, on my ability to remain a calm, detached operator in the most hostile environments on Earth. It was a pride that was about to be shattered. The call came on a Tuesday morning in late October. The dispatcher's voice was flat and routine. A single vehicle, a 4-door sedan, had gone off a winding road into the Okavin Reservoir inside the national park. There were no known witnesses to the incident itself, only a park ranger who had discovered a section of broken guardrail during his morning patrol. The vehicle was presumed to be empty. The driver, a tourist who had rented the car, was accounted for. He'd apparently hiked out of the woods after the crash, flagged down a motorist, and was currently being treated for minor injuries and hypothermia, claiming he'd swerved to avoid a deer. Standard procedure. My job was simple: locate the vehicle, assess its condition and orientation, and rig it with lift bags and cables so the barge, mounted crane could pull it out. A textbook recovery. I met my surface tender, a burly, bearded man named Frank, at the access point to the reservoir. The air was crisp, carrying the damp, earthy smell of fallen leaves. The Okavin Reservoir was a vast, man-made lake known for being exceptionally deep and cold. Its water was the color of black tea, surrounded on all sides by a dense, silent forest of towering pines and oaks that seemed to swallow the sound. Even in the bright autumn sunlight, the place had a heavy, watchful atmosphere. A lone park ranger, a man named Henderson with a wary face and tired eyes, stood by his truck, arms crossed, watching us set up. "She's a deep one?" Henderson said, walking over as I began laying out my gear. "And cold. We lose things in here and they don't often come back up." "We'll find it," Frank grunted, checking the gauges on the air compressor. "We always do." Henderson just nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the dark, unmoving surface of the water. "Be careful. The visibility is 0 past 20 feet. And the bottom, it's not flat. Full of old growth stumps from before they flooded the valley. It's like a forest of dead trees down there. Easy to get snagged." I thanked him for the warning and continued my pre-dive checks. The process is a ritual, a series of deliberate actions that focuses the mind. I wriggled into my thermal undergarment. than the heavy-duty vulcanized rubber dry suit. Frank helped me with the harness, a web of thick nylon straps that would bear the weight of my bailout bottle, a small, independent scuba tank for emergencies, and various tools. Finally, the most critical piece of equipment, the Kirby Morgan 37, a commercial diving helmet that looks like something out of an old sci-fi movie. Frank lowered the 30-pound brass and fiberglass helmet over my head, and the world outside was instantly muted. He locked it onto the neck dam of my dry suit, the seal tightening with a solid clunk. The familiar scent of filtered air and rubber filled my senses. He connected the umbilical, a thick bundle of hoses and cables that would be my lifeline to the surface, providing my breathing gas, a hard line for communications, a pneumofathometer to measure my depth, and a strength member capable of pulling me out if I became incapacitated. Comms check. Frank's voice crackled in my earpieces, tinny and distant, loud and clear. I replied, my own voice booming inside the helmet. Ready to go. I waddled to the edge of the barge, my movements clumsy under the immense weight of the gear. I carried a powerful underwater light, but I knew from Henderson's warning it would be of limited use. In water this turbid, a bright light just creates a blinding wall of white scatter, like driving through a blizzard with your high beams on. My primary senses for this job would be my hands. I gave Frank the thumbs up and stepped off the edge. The shock of the cold was immediate, a physical blow, but my suit kept the water from my skin. I sank quickly, the world of sun and trees disappearing above me, replaced by a murky, green-brown haze. At 20 feet, just as the ranger had predicted, the light was gone. Not dim, but completely and utterly gone. I was suspended in a void of absolute blackness, the pressure building in my ears. The only sensations were the gentle tug of the umbilical from above, the rhythmic hiss of my demand regulator as I breathed, and the steady, thumping beat of my own heart. On the bottom, I announced as my heavy boots touched down with a soft poof, kicking up a cloud of silt I couldn't see but could feel against my legs. Depth is 5 feet. Visibility is 0. Starting search pattern alpha. This was the job. A slow, methodical shuffle across an unseen landscape. Frank would guide me from the surface, feeding out the umbilical as I moved in a grid pattern. Okay, Danny, take 10 paces north. I would shuffle forward, my hands outstretched, my boots sinking into inches of soft, cold silt. It was like being blindfolded in a dark, silent room filled with mud. Time loses all meaning. Minutes feel like hours. The only thing that matters is the next step, the next sweep of the hands. I brushed against things. The rough, slimy bark of a waterlogged stump, the smooth, cold surface of a large rock. Once, my hand closed around something soft and yielding that sent a jolt of adrenaline through me before I realized it was just a discarded rubber tire. Just some debris. Frank, I'd report, my voice trying to sound calmer than I felt. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 40 minutes, my outstretched hand hit something hard, flat, and cold. It wasn't a rock. It was smooth, painted metal. Frank, I have contact, I said, a wave of professional satisfaction washing over me. I've got the vehicle. Copy that, Danny. Good work. Do a perimeter check. Let us know the orientation. Roger. My first priority was to determine how the car was resting. I started moving along its side, my gloved hands acting as my eyes. It was a sedan, just as they'd said. It was resting on its wheels, but tilted at a steep angle, its nose buried deep in the silt. I ran my hand up to the driver's side window. My fingers brushed against the sharp edge of shattered glass. The window was broken, not rolled down. A minor detail, but my mind logged it. I continued my slow, blind exploration around the back of the car. The trunk was closed. I felt the license plate, the bumper. Everything seemed normal. My job now was to find the strongest points on the chassis, usually the axles, to attach the rigging cables. I shuffled around to the rear passenger side, my hand tracing the undercarriage. My fingers found the solid, greasy steel of the rear axle. Perfect. But as I was feeling for a clear spot to attach a shackle, my My glove brushed against something else. It was a rope, or at least it felt like one. It was thick, maybe an inch and a half in diameter, and made of a coarse, fibrous material I didn't recognize. It wasn't nylon or any modern synthetic. It felt old, organic. It was wrapped tightly around the axle, secured with a complex, bulky knot. This was wrong. There was no reason for a rope to be tied to this car. It wasn't part of any standard towing equipment. "Frank," I said slowly, my heart starting to beat a little faster. "There's something weird down here. There's a rope, a thick one, tied to the rear axle." There was a pause on the other end. "A rope? What are you talking about?" "Some kind of tow rope that snapped." "Negative," I said, running my hand over the strange, rough texture. "This doesn't feel like a tow rope. The knot is, it's strange. And the rope itself is leading away from the vehicle." I pulled on it. It was taut. Incredibly taut. It stretched away from the car, disappearing into the silt and the darkness at a sharp downward angle, as if it were anchoring the vehicle to something deeper in the reservoir bed. Curiosity, that dangerous, unprofessional impulse, took over. I had to know where it went. Keeping one hand on the car for orientation, I used the other to follow the rope. I took a step away from the relative safety of the vehicle, and then another. The rope vibrated slightly under my touch, a low, deep thrumming I could feel through my glove, as if it were under immense strain. It led me away from the car, deeper into the pitch black void. It was pulling me towards something. "Danny, talk to me. What's the rope leading to?" Frank's voice was a tinny intrusion into my private bubble of darkness and mounting dread. His question was logical, the question of a professional tender trying to maintain situational awareness. But logic was beginning to feel like a flimsy shield against the oppressive blackness pressing in on me. "I don't know, Frank. I'm following it now." I replied, my own voice sounding tight. "It's pulling hard. Whatever it's tied to, it's heavy." Each step was a monumental effort of will. My boots sank deep into the silt, a cold, soft ooze that tried to hold me back. The rope was my only guide. It was my Ariadne's thread, but instead of leading me out of the labyrinth, it was pulling me deeper into its heart. The thrumming vibration under my glove was constant now, a low-frequency hum that seemed to resonate in my bones, in the very water around me. The reservoir floor began to slope downwards more steeply. I was descending, moving away from the known location of the car, and into a deeper, uncharted part of the lakebed. The pressure in my helmet increased subtly. "Careful with your umbilical, Danny," Frank cautioned, his voice a reminder of the one tangible link I had to the world above. "Don't get it fouled on anything." Copy that. It was the last thing I wanted. A snagged umbilical and zero visibility was a death sentence. I shuffled forward, one hand on the vibrating rope, the other sweeping the water in front of me. 10 feet. 20. 30. I was now a significant distance from the car. I paused for a moment, trying to re-establish my bearings. Behind me was the car. Above me, 120 feet up, was Frank in the world of light and air. In front of me was this taut, humming rope pulling me towards an unknown anchor in the abyss. The professional in me screamed that this was a deviation from the mission. My job was the car, nothing else. But the human in me, the part that is drawn to the mystery in the dark, had to know. My outstretched hand hit something. It wasn't silt or rock. It was flat, vertical, and colder than anything I had touched so far. A deep, penetrating cold that seemed to suck the warmth right through my glove. I let go of the rope and placed both hands on the surface. It was stone. Smooth, dressed stone, like the wall of a building. There were seams perfectly cut where one block met another. This wasn't natural. "Frank, I found something," I said, my breath catching in my throat. "It's a structure. A wall. It's made of cut stone." "A wall? What the hell are you talking about?" "An old foundation. Maybe. It feels old." I followed the wall to my left, my fingers tracing the impossibly smooth surface. It was covered in a fine layer of slime, but underneath, the stone was pristine. After a few feet, my fingers traced a shape, a carving. It wasn't lettering. It was a complex, geometric pattern, a spiral that coiled inwards. It was deeply and precisely cut into the stone. Who would build something like this at the bottom of a valley they knew was going to be flooded? I turned back and found the rope again. It didn't just lead to the wall. It went past it. I followed it around a corner, the stone structure forming a sharp 90-degree angle. And there I found what the rope was tied to. It was a large, rectangular object. I ran my hands over it. It was made of iron, pitted and cold. There were thick iron bands reinforcing it, and a massive, primitive-looking lock on the front. It was a chest, a huge, ancient-looking iron chest, at least 6 feet long and 3 feet high. Coarse, fibrous rope was wrapped around it multiple times, pulled so tight that it seemed to be biting into the corroded metal. This chest was the anchor. This is what was holding the sunken car in place. 1,000 questions exploded in my mind. Who put this here? Why was a modern rental car tethered to it? The driver's story about swerving to avoid a deer suddenly felt thin, a flimsy fabrication. People don't accidentally crash their car and have it end up anchored to a mysterious iron chest at the bottom of a reservoir. This was deliberate. Frank, you're not going to believe this. I stammered, my voice trembling for the first time. The rope, it's tied to a chest, a big iron box. The silence on the comms was longer this time. I could picture Frank on the barge, exchanging a confused look with Henderson, the park ranger. Say again, Danny. An iron chest. Frank! It's wrapped in the same rope. It's the anchor. I knelt, my knees sinking into the silt, and ran my hands over the lid. It was sealed tight. I felt along the edges, looking for a way to pry it open. It was then that my fingers brushed against the lock again. But this time, I felt something else. Attached to the lock by a smaller, thinner piece of wire was a small, laminated tag. Even through my thick glove, I could feel the raised lettering. I worked it back and forth, my heart hammering against my ribs, until the wire snapped. I held the small plastic rectangle in my palm. There's a tag on it. Frank, I said, my voice barely a whisper. A waterproof tag, like a piece of evidence. Can you read it? I brought the tag up close to my faceplate, angling it so it was directly in front of the high intensity beam of my helmet light. The beam was useless for seeing more than a few inches, but for a close-up object, it was perfect. The light flared, reflecting off the plastic. For the first time since leaving the surface, I could see something other than impenetrable black. The tag was white, and on it, in stark black print, was one word. Came. My blood turned to ice water. It wasn't just a name. It was my name. I felt a wave of vertigo, a profound sense of dislocation, as if the bottom of the reservoir had just fallen away from under me. This couldn't be real. It was a hallucination, a trick of nitrogen narcosis, my mind bending under the pressure in the darkness. But the plastic tag was solid in my hand. The raised letters were undeniable under my thumb. Danny. What is it? What does it say? Frank's voice was urgent, laced with concern. I couldn't answer. My throat had seized up. My mind was reeling, trying to connect a series of impossible dots. A car crash, a strange rope, an ancient chest, and a tag my name tied to its lock in the crushing dark. And then the rope moved. It wasn't the gentle, steady vibration from before. It was a violent jerk. The thick rope went completely slack in my hand for a terrifying second, then snapped taut with a force that almost pulled me off my feet. A deep, resonant boom echoed. Through the water, a sound so powerful I felt it in my chest cavity. It came from inside the iron box. Something was in there, and it was awake. Panic, pure and absolute, erupted in my chest. All professionalism, all training, all discipline evaporated in an instant. My only thought was to get away. Frank! Peel el mimi yoop! Peel mini yoop no! I screamed into the comms, my voice raw with terror. I scrambled backwards, away from the horrifying chest, my hands flailing in the dark. I turned, desperate to get back to the car, back to the rigging that would take me to the surface. I had to get out. The thrumming in the water was different now. It was no longer a steady hum. It was an erratic, angry pulse. Another boom came from the chest, louder this time, followed by the screech of straining metal. I pushed off the bottom, trying to gain some buoyancy, kicking frantically. My umbilical line, my lifeline, pulled tight, but I wasn't going up. I was stopped. I was snagged. I reached behind me, my hands shaking uncontrollably, and followed the umbilical down. It was stretched taut, leading back towards the forest of dead trees Henderson had warned me about. It was wrapped around one of the massive, submerged stumps. In my blind panic, I had tangled my own lifeline. I was anchored to the bottom of the Oak Haven Reservoir, trapped in the crushing dark, 100 feet from the surface, with a sealed iron sarcophagus that bore my name and had something alive inside it.
Frank, I'm filed.
My umbilical is snagged. The words tore from my throat, a ragged burst of static and terror. My own breathing was a roaring hurricane in my ears. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, but I was tethered to this underwater grave. The pressure of the deep, which had been a constant, passive weight, now felt like a conscious entity, holding me down, pinning me in place for whatever was about to happen. Boom! The iron chest convulsed again. The sound was sharper this time, followed by a high-pitched shriek of tortured metal. The thick rope connecting it to the car went rigid, vibrating with a terrible energy. It was breaking. The thing inside was breaking out. Okay, Danny, okay, calm down. Frank's voice crackled, trying to project an authority he couldn't possibly feel. Just talk to me. Where are you snagged? Describe it. His voice was a lifeline of reason in my sea of panic. I had to get control. Breathe, damn it, breathe. I forced myself to slow my breathing, to fight the carbon dioxide buildup that was clouding my judgment. My training, buried under an avalanche of fear, began to resurface. Rule 1 of diving: stop, breathe, think, act. It's a stump, I gasped, forcing the words out. One of the old trees. My umbilical is wrapped around the base. Can you get to it?
Can you untangle it? I'm trying.
I said, turning my body and following the taut line of my umbilical with my hands. It led me right to the base of a massive, unseen object. The stump was huge, wider than my arm span, its surface slimy and gnarled. My lifeline, the tube that fed me air and connected me to the world, was looped tightly around it. My hands, clumsy with fear and thick gloves, worked frantically at the snag. I pulled, I twisted, but my panicked movements only seemed to wedge it tighter into a crevice in the rotten wood. All the while, the sounds from the chest continued to escalate. The rhythmic booming had been replaced by a frantic, violent thrashing. I could hear the thick iron bands groaning, the lock straining against its hasp. It was going to open. I was running out of time. Then came the worst sound yet. A deep, guttural crack, like ancient stone breaking apart, echoed through the water. It was followed by a long, scraping groan. The lid was opening. A primal wave of wrongness washed over me. The water temperature seemed to drop, a pocket of impossible cold radiating from the chest. The steady thrumming in the water ceased, replaced by a chaotic turbulence. Something had been released. I didn't need to see it. My mind, the enemy I usually kept on a leash, was now painting vivid, unspeakable images in the absolute blackness. I imagined something pale and ancient unfolding itself from the cramped confines of the iron box, its limbs stretching out into the crushing dark for the first time in centuries. I abandoned the snag. It wasn't working. There was only one option left. It was the last resort, the action you train for but pray you never have to take. I reached for the harness on my chest, and my fingers closed around the cold, familiar handle of my dive knife. Frank, I'm cutting the umbilical, I said, my voice eerily calm. The decision had been made.
Negative, Danny! Do not cut!
Frank screamed back. You'll be on your own. No comms, no surface supply? I have no choice, I said, and it was the last thing I would say to him. I positioned the serrated blade against the thick bundle of hoses and cables. This was it. I was severing my connection to the surface to safety. I was choosing to be utterly alone in the dark with that thing, on the faint hope that I could swim to the surface before my limited bailout gas ran out. I put my shoulder into it and sawed frantically. The tough outer sheath resisted, but the blade was sharp. One by one, I felt the internal hoses and cables give way with a series of dull thuds. The hissing sound of my surface. Supplied air abruptly stopped. Silence. The sudden, total silence in my helmet was more terrifying than all the noise that had come before. I was on my own. I immediately reached for the valve on my bailout bottle and twisted it open. The hiss of air returned, this time from the tank on my back. I had maybe 10 minutes of gas, if I could control my breathing. 10 minutes to ascend 120 feet from a nightmare. I pushed off the bottom, kicking upwards with all my might. I was free. I was rising. For a glorious second, I felt a surge of hope. But the turbulence in the water was stronger now, a swirling vortex that tried to spin me around. Something was moving below me, and it was fast. A shape blotted out the absolute blackness below. It was a shade of deeper black, a moving void. It was huge, far bigger than a human, and it was rising to meet me. I kicked harder, my lungs burning, my heart feeling like it would explode. I didn't look down, but I could feel it. The displacement of water, the sheer presence of it. It was toying with me. Then it touched me. It wasn't a grab or an attack. It was a light, almost curious brush against my leg. The cold was indescribable. It was not the cold of water, it was the cold of the grave, a cellular level chill that seemed to freeze my very soul. I screamed, a useless, watery sound trapped in my helmet. I felt it circle me, a silent, swift predator in its element. I was the intruder, clumsy and slow. I caught a glimpse of it in the faint, dying beam of my helmet light. It wasn't a monster of teeth and claws. It was pale, long-limbed, and hideously emaciated with a smooth, featureless face that tilted towards me in the dark. There was no hate or malice in its presence, only a deep, ancient hunger. It was the original owner of this flooded valley, and we had trespassed. My ascent felt like an eternity. I stared at my dive computer, the only source of light, watching the depth change with agonizing slowness. 90 feet. 70 feet. My bailout bottle felt alarmingly light. 50 feet. My vision started to tunnel. I was going to black out. Just as my consciousness began to fade, my helmet broke the surface. The sudden explosion of sound and light was disorienting. I ripped the helmet off, gasping the cold, clean autumn air, my lungs aching. The sky was a brilliant, painful blue. I was alive. Frank and Henderson were screaming my name, their faces a mask of shock and relief. They hauled my limp body onto the barge. I lay there shaking uncontrollably, unable to speak, able to do nothing but stare at the dark, placid surface of the reservoir. The aftermath was a blur of police reports and insurance claims. I told them what I saw. I told them about the wall, the chest, the rope, the tag with my name. I told them my umbilical snagged, and I had to cut it and make an emergency ascent. I left out the part about what came out of the chest. Who would believe me? They would have written it off as nitrogen-induced delusion. They retrieved my severed umbilical, confirming the snag. The rental car was eventually pulled from the water, the strange, coarse rope still tied to its axle, but the other end was frayed, snapped, leading to nothing. They searched for the chest. Using side, scan sonar, and another dive team, they found the stone structure, a previously unmapped pre-colonial ruin. But the iron chest was gone. It had simply vanished. The driver of the car, the tourist who swerved to avoid a deer, was never seen again. He checked out of his hotel the day of the crash, leaving his belongings behind. The name he had used to rent the car in the hotel room was an alias. The police found no records of him anywhere. He was a ghost. I never dove commercially again. My nerve was broken. Sometimes, late at night, I wake up shivering, feeling that impossible cold on my skin. I think about the driver, this man who somehow knew about the chest, the ruin, and the thing that slept within it. I think about the tag with my name on it. It wasn't a coincidence, it was a summons. He didn't crash the car by accident. He was making a delivery, an offering. And for some reason, He chose me to be the final piece of the ritual. I don't know why, and I don't think I ever want to find out. All I know is that there are things in the deep, dark places of the world that we were never meant to find. And sometimes they are waiting. My name is Alex Ryder. That's not the name I was born with, but it's the one on the official identification I carry, the name sewn onto the patch of my freshly pressed park ranger uniform. To the handful of senior staff at Whispering Pines National Park, I'm a seasonal hire, a city boy with a decent enough background in law enforcement looking to trade concrete for chlorophyll for a few months. It was a plausible story. I sold it with practiced ease, detailing a fictional burnout from a high-stress job back east. Speaking of a romantic desire to reconnect with nature, they bought it. The truth, as is often the case, was far less romantic and infinitely more dangerous. I am, or rather was, an undercover investigator for a federal agency that doesn't advertise its existence. My specialty was infiltration. For years, I'd been a chameleon, blending into criminal organizations, drug cartels, arms dealers, human traffickers. My job was to become one of them, to earn their trust, gather evidence, and then burn the whole operation to the ground from the inside. Whispering Pines was supposed to be my easiest assignment yet, almost a working vacation. The file was thin, a suspected high-volume poaching ring operating out of the park's most remote sector, Sector Gamma. They were efficient, well-organized, and left almost no trace. Local law enforcement was stumped, and the Park Service didn't have the resources for a deep woods investigation. So, they sent me. The mission was simple: pose as a ranger, get close to the locals suspected of being involved, find their stash, and call in the cavalry. The primary suspect was a man named Jedediah Thorne. The park itself was a beast of a place. It spanned over 1 million acres of raw, untamed wilderness in the Pacific Northwest. The glossy tourist brochures showed sparkling lakes and majestic, sun-drenched peaks. My assigned area, Sector Gamma, was not in those brochures. It was a 60,000-acre chunk of primordial forest, a place of perpetual twilight under a canopy so thick that rain would take 10 minutes to reach the ground. The trails were unmaintained. The ranger station was a glorified log cabin with a generator and a satellite phone, and my nearest colleague was a 2-hour drive away. It was perfect for poaching. It was perfect for making people disappear. I spent the first 2 weeks playing the part, running patrols, clearing fallen trees, and pretending to be fascinated by bird calls. I made a point of frequenting the one dusty tavern on the edge of the park, a place called the Ben Axe. It was there, over a lukewarm beer, that I first met Jedediah. He wasn't what I expected. He wasn't a shifty-eyed criminal. He was in his late 50s, with a weathered face that looked like it had been carved from the local granite and a grip that could crush it. He had a calm, steady presence, and when he spoke, the whole bar seemed to listen. He was flanked by 2 younger men, brothers named Caleb and Finn, who were quiet, watchful, and rarely strayed from his side. I introduced myself as the new ranger. Jedediah's eyes, the color of a stormy sky, lingered on me for a moment. It wasn't a hostile look, more like an appraisal, as if he were judging the quality of a tool. "Alex Ryder," he said, tasting the name. "City boy. Heard they stuck you out in Gamma. That's a lot of trees for one man. Just trying to earn my keep," I said with a shrug, projecting what I hoped was humble sincerity. "It's quiet out there." "Quiet ain't the same as empty." Finn, the younger and warier of the brothers, mumbled into his drink. Jedediah silenced him with a glance. "The boys and I do some hunting out that way," he said to me, his voice a low rumble. "We respect the land. We know the lines. You won't have trouble from us." It was an opening. I'm no expert tracker, I admitted. Most of my experiences with a different kind of animal, I could probably learn a thing or two from guys like you. A slow smile spread across Jedediah's face. It didn't reach his eyes. "Maybe we could," he said. "We're heading out for a few days, starting tomorrow night. A special kind of hunt. You're welcome to join. See how the real work is done." My internal alarms went off. It was too easy. Undercover work is a dance, a slow build of trust. An invitation like this, so soon, felt less like an offer and more like a test. But it was the whole point of me being there. To refuse would be an act of suspicion. I'd be honored. I said, just tell me when and where. The next evening, I met them at a forgotten access road that branched off into the deep woods of Sector Gamma. The sun was setting, painting the sky in violent shades of orange and purple. They weren't carrying standard hunting rifles. Instead, they had heavy, gauge shotguns and what looked like custom-made, long-bladed machetes strapped to their packs. My service pistol, a compact Glock 19 hidden in the small of my back, suddenly felt like a child's toy. Rule number 1. Jedidia said as we started walking, the forest swallowing us whole within minutes. You stay close. You do exactly as I say. No questions. The hunt was unlike anything I'd ever experienced or read about. We didn't look for game trails or scat. Jedidia navigated by landmarks I couldn't discern. A lightning scarred oak, a peculiar arrangement of moss on a boulder, the angle of a fallen log. He moved with an unnerving confidence, as if he were walking through his own backyard. Caleb and Finn flanked us, their movements silent and synchronized. For hours, we walked in near silence. The nocturnal sounds of the forest I had grown accustomed to. The hooting of owls, the chirping of crickets, died away. An oppressive, heavy silence descended, so profound that the sound of my own breathing felt like an intrusion. The air grew cold, carrying the scent of damp earth, and something else, a faint, metallic odor like old blood or rust. I expected to find illegal snares, the butchered remains of a deer or an elk. There was nothing. This wasn't poaching. My mind raced through possibilities. Were they guarding a meth lab? A hidden crop of marijuana? It didn't fit. Their focus was too intense, their methods too bizarre. Around what must have been 2 a.m, Jedidia held up a hand, and we froze. He pointed towards a small, natural clearing ahead. In the center of the clearing stood a single, ancient pine tree, far larger and older than any around it. Its bark was scarred and blackened. "This is the place," Jedidia whispered, his voice devoid of its earlier confidence, now tight with a strange reverence. He instructed Caleb and Finn to unpack. They didn't pull out hunting gear. They laid a heavy canvas tarp on the ground and, from their packs, produced a series of objects that made the hair on my arms stand up. There were bundles of dried herbs I didn't recognize, a heavy iron bowl, and 3 small, intricately carved wooden figurines. They looked vaguely humanoid, but with limbs that were too long and faces that were blank, featureless voids. My mission parameters were screaming in my head: observe and report. Do not engage. But what was I observing? This wasn't a crime I had a name for. Jedidia took the iron bowl and placed it at the base of the ancient pine. He began to chant in a low, guttural language I had never heard before. It wasn't Native American. It wasn't anything I could place. It was a language of clicking consonants and long, droning vowels that seemed to vibrate in my bones. As he chanted, Caleb and Finn walked the perimeter of the clearing, placing the wooden figurines at what seemed to be specific, deliberate points. The metallic smell grew stronger. I felt a pressure in my ears, a low hum that was more felt than heard. I clutched the reassuring bulk of my pistol through my jacket, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was wrong. All of it. These men weren't poachers. Poachers were criminals driven by profit. This was something else. This was a ceremony. Then Jedidia stopped chanting. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the sound had been. He looked directly at me, his face illuminated by the pale moonlight filtering through the canopy. His expression was one of absolute, deadly seriousness. "Now," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "we wait for the landlord, and we pray it's in a good mood." From deep within the woods, beyond the clearing, a branch snapped. It wasn't the sound of a deer or a bear. It was a loud, percussive crack, like a tree trunk being broken in half by an impossible force. And then came a sound that I will never be able to unhear. It was a low, guttural chittering mixed with a wet, rasping inhalation. It was the sound of something enormous, something ancient, and something that was very, very hungry. Jedidiah, Caleb, and Finn raised their shotguns, not with the confidence of hunters, but with the grim resignation of sacrifices. And I, Alex Ryder, the hardened undercover agent, stood frozen in the center of it all, realizing that my mission to expose a poaching ring had just led me to the slaughterhouse door. The thing they were hunting was now hunting us. Training and instinct are hard masters to disobey. For years they had been screaming at me to survive, to neutralize threats, to control the situation. As that wet, chittering sound echoed through the deathly silent clearing, every fiber of my being wanted to draw my Glock, empty the magazine into the darkness, and run. But I was paralyzed, not just by fear, but by the sheer, brain-breaking wrongness of what was happening. Jedidiah, Caleb, and Finn didn't flinch. Their shotguns were raised, yes, but not aimed at the source of the sound. They were pointed slightly downwards, at a 45-degree angle, in a posture that wasn't aggressive, but submissive. It was a salute of surrender. Out of the impenetrable black between the trees, it emerged. Calling it a creature feels inadequate. It was a mobile piece of the void, a distortion in reality that my eyes struggled to process. It was huge, easily 9 feet tall if it stood straight, but it moved in a low, predatory crouch. Its body was a chaotic jumble of limbs, some long and spindly like a spider's, others thick and powerful like a bear's, all covered in a matted, black hide that seemed to drink the moonlight. There was no discernible head, but a central mass pulsed with a faint, sickening bioluminescence, and from it, a collection of multifaceted, insect-like eyes swiveled independently, each one reflecting the terrified moon. The metallic scent of rust and old blood washed over us, so thick I could taste it on my tongue. The chittering sound came from a series of vertical slits that opened and closed on its torso, releasing puffs of vapor that smelled of decay. My hand, slick with sweat, finally found the grip of my pistol. I was about to pull it when Jedidiah's voice, a razor-sharp whisper, cut through my panic. "Don't, you'll only make it angry." "What the hell is that?" I breathed, my voice a strangled squeak. "The landlord," Jedidiah replied, his eyes fixed on the entity, the old king of this patch of dirt. His line was here before the trees, before the mountains, and he requires a tithe. The thing took another step into the clearing, its mismatched feet leaving deep, unsettling prints in the soft earth. It ignored us, its cluster of eyes fixed on the iron bowl at the base of the ancient pine. The low subsonic hum intensified, vibrating through the soles of my boots. This was the poaching operation. Not killing animals for their pelts or horns, but this appeasement. This ancient, terrifying pact. What do you give it? I asked, my law enforcement mind desperately trying to categorize the situation to find a box to put it in. Drugs, money. What could a thing like that possibly want? Finn, his face pale as bone, whimpered beside me. "Not what," he choked out. "Who?" Before I could process his words, Jedidiah began to chant again. It was the same guttural language as before, but this time it was different. It wasn't a summons, it was a placation. A prayer. As he chanted, the thing in the clearing lowered its central mass towards the iron bowl. It extended a slender, multi-jointed limb that ended not in a claw or a hand, but in a long, needle-like proboscis. It dipped the needle into the bowl. I expected it to drink, to lap up whatever was inside. Instead, a new sound filled the air, a high-pitched, electronic whine. The bioluminescence on the creature's body pulsed faster, shifting from a sickly green to a violent red. It pulled its proboscis from the bowl with a jerk, letting out a screech that was a physical blow, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. Jedidiah's chant faltered. "No," he whispered, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. "It's not enough." "What's not enough?" I demanded, my voice rising.
The offering?
Caleb yelled, his composure finally cracking.
We'll always leave it a share.
"Blood from the hunt, but we ain't hunted in weeks." There wasn't enough. The creature's multifaceted eyes swiveled, detaching from the bowl and fixing on the four of us. The submissive posture of the hunters was no longer a viable strategy. The landlord had been paid short, and now it was looking to collect the difference. The air crackled with menace. The chittering grew louder, faster, a sound of imminent violence. "Rule 2, Jedidiah snarled. his brief moment of terror replaced by a grim resolve forged over a lifetime of this ritual. When the landlord ain't satisfied, you run. He didn't need to say it twice. The spell of paralysis broke. Chaos erupted. Finn, the youngest and most terrified, broke first. He screamed, turned, and bolted into the darkness. It was the last mistake he would ever make. The creature moved with a speed that defied its bulk. One of its long, spider-like limbs shot out, covering the 30 feet between it and the fleeing boy in less than a second. The limb wrapped around Finn's waist, lifting him off the ground as if he were a doll. He gave one last, horrifying shriek before the thing pulled him back towards its pulsating central mass. There was a sickening crunch, a wet tearing sound, and then silence. Finn was gone. Split up. Jedediah roared, firing his shotgun not at the creature, but at the ground just in front of it. The blast kicked up a shower of dirt and rock, momentarily distracting one or two of its dozens of eyes. Meet at the river. Caleb needed no further instruction. He sprinted to the left towards a thick grove of firs, his long, bladed machete now in his hand. I didn't hesitate. I ran to the right, my mind a blank slate of pure, adrenaline-fueled terror. I could hear Jedediah behind me, crashing through the undergrowth in a different direction. I ran harder than I have ever run in my life. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to send me sprawling. Behind me, I could hear the thing giving chase. It wasn't the sound of running. It was a rhythmic, heavy thudding, accompanied by the splintering of wood as it smashed through saplings and underbrush that would have stopped a man cold. The chittering was right behind me, a predator's song in my ears. My lungs burned. My legs were screaming. I risked a glance over my shoulder and my blood ran cold. The thing was gaining. Its red, pulsating light was a hellish beacon in the dark forest, closing the distance with terrifying speed. I wasn't going to make it. It was too fast, too relentless. My training, the part of my brain not consumed by primal fear, kicked in. Changed the dynamic. Don't be prey. I skidded to a halt, spun around, and finally drew my Glock. The muscle memory was perfect. Stance, grip, sight, picture. I aimed for the central glowing mass and fired. 1, 2, 3 shots. The reports of the 9mm pistols sounded like capped guns in the vast, ancient forest. I saw the bullets hit. They sparked against the creature's hide as if striking stone, having no effect whatsoever. The creature didn't even slow down. It let out another chittering shriek, this one sounding less like rage and more like amusement. It lunged. I threw myself to the side, rolling through damp leaves and dirt as a massive, clawed limb slammed into the spot where I'd been standing, gouging deep furrows in the earth. I scrambled to my feet and kept running, holstering my useless pistol. The mission, the investigation, Jedediah Thorne, none of it mattered. The only thing that mattered was the next breath, the next footstep. I could hear it closing again. I saw a ravine ahead, a dark slash in the earth. It was maybe 15 feet across. Too far to jump, I veered along its edge, desperation giving me a fresh burst of speed. The thudding behind me was getting closer, closer. I could feel the ground vibrating with its approach. Then from my left came a roar of defiance. "Get away from him, you bastard." It was Jedediah. He burst from the trees, his shotgun in hand. He wasn't running from it anymore. He was running at it. He fired point blank into its side. Again, the shot had no visible effect on the creature's hide, but the sheer percussive force of the blast caused it to stumble. It turned its attention from me to this new, more aggressive annoyance. "Go!" Jedediah screamed at me, shoving a new shell into the shotgun. "Get to the ranger station! Use the radio! Tell them what you saw!" For a second, I hesitated. My duty was to this man, this suspect who had just saved my life, but his eyes told me everything. This wasn't a fight he expected to win. It was a sacrifice. He was buying me time. I turned and ran, my heart a cold, heavy lump in my chest. Behind me, I heard the roar of Jedediah's shotgun one last time, followed by the creature's enraged, triumphant screech, and then a man's scream, cut short. I didn't look back. I just ran, the sounds of the slaughter pushing me onward through the endless, whispering pines. Time lost all meaning. There was only the run, Jedediah's final, truncated scream acted as a starting pistol for the marathon of my life. I didn't know which direction I was going, only that it was away from the clearing, away from the sounds of a man being torn apart by something that shouldn't exist. The forest, which had once seemed merely vast and indifferent, now felt actively malevolent. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a looming, multi-limb-made shape. Every gust of wind through the pines sounded like a wet, chittering whisper. I ran with the frantic, mindless energy of a cornered animal, fueled by a terror so pure it burned away all other thoughts. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. My legs were numb, my lungs felt like they were full of broken glass, and my uniform was torn to shreds. I fell dozens of times, scrambling back to my feet with mud and pine needles ground into my skin, my only thought being to put more distance between myself and the memory of that pulsating red light. Sometime before dawn, through sheer, dumb luck, I stumbled onto a trail I vaguely recognized. Hope, a dangerous and unfamiliar feeling, flickered in my chest. With the last of my strength, I followed it. As the first weak, gray light of dawn began to filter through the oppressive canopy, I saw it, the log cabin, my ranger station. It had never looked so beautiful, so much like a sanctuary. I burst from the tree line, a wild-eyed, ragged creature, and collapsed against the solid wood of the door, fumbling with the keys. Inside, I slammed the door shut and bolted it, leaning against it and gasping for air as my body finally began to register the abuse I'd put it through. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely function, but training kicked in again, a lifeline in the sea of my terror. Jedidiah's last words echoed in my head, "Use the radio! Tell them what you saw!" I staggered over to the satellite phone, my heart pounding with a new urgency. I had to report it. I had to get people up here. Not just for my sake, but for anyone else who might ever stumble into Sector Gamma. I had to blow the whistle on the most horrific secret in the history of the National Park Service. I dialed the emergency number for the regional office, my fingers slipping on the keypad. After an agonizing series of beeps and clicks, a calm, professional voice answered. "Whispering Pines Regional Dispatch, this is Operator Davis. This is Ranger Alex Ryder, Sector Gamma Station." I blurted out, my voice raspy and cracked. "I have an emergency. Officer down. Multiple fatalities." There was a pause on the other end. "Ranger Ryder, please confirm your status. You sound distressed." Distressed. I laughed, a raw, unhinged sound. "Yeah, you could say that. I was out with some locals. Jedidiah Thorne and his sons. We were attacked. They're dead. All of them." "Attacked by what, Ranger?" Davis's voice remained level, but I could hear a new note of caution, the kind you use on someone you suspect is unstable. "Was it a bear? A cougar?" "No, not a bear," I yelled, frustration and fear boiling over. "It was, I can't describe it. A thing. A monster. It lives out here. They called it the landlord."
They were making sacrifices to it.
"The poaching ring you sent me to investigate." "It's not what you think." "They weren't killing animals for profit. They were killing them as offerings to this thing." The silence on the other end was heavy, judgmental. I knew how I sounded. I was a federal agent, trained to make concise, believable reports, and I was babbling like a character in a cheap horror movie. "Ranger Ryder," Davis said slowly, deliberately, "I need you to take a deep breath. Are you injured? Have you been taking any non-prescribed substances?" "No, I'm not on drugs," I screamed into the phone.
Listen to me.
"Jedidiah Thorne, Caleb Thorne, Finn Thorne, they're all dead, torn to pieces." "You need to send a team, a heavily armed team, and you need to seal off Sector Gamma. Permanently. Alex," the operator said, his voice softening into a placating tone that infuriated me more than his disbelief. "I'm going to send a helicopter for you. We'll get you checked out. Just stay inside, lock the doors, and sit tight. Can you do that for me?" He didn't believe me. He thought I'd had a psychotic break in the isolation of the deep woods. They were sending a helicopter, but it would be for a psyche eval, not a tactical response. They would come, find no bodies, because what was left of Jedidiah and his sons had surely been devoured, and they would find no evidence. Just a babbling ranger and a crazy story. My career My life, it was all over. Defeated, I let the phone clatter onto its cradle. I slumped into the single wooden chair in the cabin, burying my face in my hands. The adrenaline was gone, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion and a hollow soul-crushing despair. I had failed. Jedidiah and his sons had died for nothing. As I sat there, shrouded in the gray morning light, my eyes fell on the small desk, and my heart stopped. Sitting in the middle of the desk, placed neatly next to my logbook, was one of the small, carved wooden figurines from the clearing. It was impossible. I hadn't brought it back. I hadn't brought anything back except for my own terrified self. I stared at it, my mind refusing to accept what my eyes were seeing. It was humanoid, with limbs that were too long and a face that was a smooth, featureless void. It hadn't been there when I'd left last night. I would have noticed. A cold dread, far deeper and more final than the frantic terror of the chase, crept up my spine. I slowly lifted my gaze from the figurine to the cabin's single window. The sun was up now, but the thick forest canopy still cast the area in a dim, perpetual twilight. For a moment, I saw nothing but the trees. Then I saw it, peeking from behind the trunk of a massive pine tree about 50 yards away. It was one of the multifaceted, insect-like eyes. It was watching me. It hadn't stopped chasing me. It had followed me all the way back, or maybe it didn't need to. Maybe, as the ancient king of this land, it knew exactly where I was all along. The cabin wasn't a sanctuary. It was a cage. The bolted door, the locked windows. They weren't for keeping it out. They were for keeping me in. The satellite phone on the desk began to ring. I didn't answer it. What was the point? Who could I tell? Who would believe me? The official report would be simple. Seasonal Ranger Alex Ryder, showing signs of paranoia and mental instability during his last communication, wandered off from his station and was tragically lost in the vast wilderness of Whispering Pines National Park. His body was never found, just another name on a long list of people claimed by the forest. I looked from the silent, ringing phone to the unblinking eye in the woods. The chittering started again, low and soft. Not a sound of rage this time. It sounded like a dinner bell. I finally understood. Jedidiah wasn't a poacher. He was a keeper, a warden. His family hadn't been criminals. They were performing a grim, necessary duty that had been passed down through generations, keeping an ancient, hungry god satisfied. And now, the keepers were gone. The tithe was still due. My name is Alex Thorne, and for the better part of 15 years, I've served as a search and rescue officer for the National Park Service. My office is the vast, untamed wilderness of the Pacific Northwest, specifically the sprawling 2 million acre expanse known as Whispering Peaks National Park. It's a place of breathtaking beauty, of towering ancient firs, granite cliffs that scrape the sky, and rivers that run like silver veins through the land. But for all its majesty, it's also a place of profound danger. The wild doesn't care about your experience, your gear, or your intentions. It has its own rules, and if you break them, or sometimes even if you don't, it can swallow you whole. I've seen it happen more times than I care to count. I've led teams to find lost children, stranded hikers, and elderly berry pickers who wandered too far from the path. I've rescued people from the bases of cliffs, from the icy grip of glacier crevasses, and from the roaring rapids of spring-thaw rivers. I've also transitioned from rescue to recovery, bringing closure to families in the form of a body bag. I've seen the aftermath of animal attacks, sudden blizzards, and simple, tragic missteps. I thought I had seen it all. I thought I understood the patterns of the lost and the logic of the wild. Then came the case of Maya Linden. It started like 100 other cases, a call from the head ranger on a crisp Tuesday morning in late September. A 24-year-old day, hiker was overdue. Her name was Maya, a graduate student in botany from the city, an avid photographer with a love for alpine flora. Her rental car, a silver sedan, was still parked at the trailhead for Eagle Ridge, one of our most popular and well-maintained trails. It's a moderately strenuous 10-mile loop that offers spectacular panoramic views. People hike it every day. It's not the kind of place you expect someone to simply vanish from. Her roommate had reported her missing when she didn't return by Monday night. She'd left early Sunday morning, telling her roommate she wanted to catch the morning light on the ridge and should be back by dinner. She was well equipped for a day hike: proper boots, a pack with water, food, extra layers, a first aid kit, and a fully charged phone. She was experienced, fit, and by all accounts cautious. She wasn't a risk taker. For the first 72 hours, we ran the standard playbook. We established a command post at the trailhead. We sent teams up the Eagle Ridge Trail, walking it shoulder to shoulder, scanning every inch for any sign of a slip, a fall, or a simple dropped item: a water bottle, a glove, a wrapper. Nothing. We deployed the K9 units. The dogs followed a scent from her car to the trailhead, then about 2 miles up the path. And then, at a perfectly ordinary bend in the trail, they stopped. All of them. They'd sniff the ground, whine, look up at their handlers with confused eyes, but they wouldn't go further. It was as if she had been lifted straight up into the air. We brought in a helicopter to do aerial searches, its blades chopping the still mountain air. They scanned the steep slopes and dense forest canopy on either side of the trail. They saw nothing but an unbroken sea of green and gray. We expanded the search grid, sending teams into the rougher terrain off trail, a grueling process of bushwhacking through dense undergrowth and navigating treacherous, moss-covered ravines. The days blurred into a montage of radios crackling with nothing to report, of grim faces hunched over maps, of the growing dread that settles over a search when the clues refuse to appear. We interviewed her friends and family again. They confirmed our initial assessment. Maya was meticulous. She planned her hikes. She respected the wilderness. Her social media was filled with beautifully composed photos of flowers and landscapes, her captions full of scientific names and joyful observations. There was no indication of personal trouble, no reason to suspect she would harm herself or run away. It was on the 4th day that the first truly strange thing happened. Her phone, which had been going straight to voicemail since Sunday evening, was off. We assumed the battery had died. Standard procedure in these cases is to work with the cell phone provider to get the last known ping from the device. When the report came back, it sent a ripple of confusion through the command post. The last ping from Maya's phone wasn't on Sunday. It was on Tuesday morning, 2 full days after she was reported missing. And it wasn't from anywhere near Eagle Ridge. It came from a cell tower that serviced a remote, largely inaccessible valley on the far western edge of the park, nearly 30 miles away as the crow flies through some of the most rugged terrain in the state. There were no trails leading there. It would take a seasoned mountaineer days to reach that location on foot. How could she have gotten there? And why would her phone, presumably dead, suddenly turn on to ping a tower in the middle of nowhere before shutting off again? It made no sense. It was a statistical impossibility, a ghost in the machine. Despite the strangeness, it was a lead. A bizarre, illogical lead, but a lead nonetheless. Protocol dictated we investigate. A small, specialized long-range team, including myself, was prepped to be airlifted into the valley. As we were loading our gear into the chopper, a junior ranger named Ben, who had been tasked with another sweep of Maya's car, came running over, his face pale. "Sir," he said, holding up a clear evidence bag, "you need to see this." Inside the bag was a small, leather-bound notebook. It was her field journal. We'd searched the car multiple times, but it had been tucked deep inside the spare tire well in the trunk, a place you'd never think to look unless you were taking the whole car apart. Her last entry, dated the morning of her hike, was chillingly simple. "Going to see the Whispering Man," it read. "The old trail maps don't show the way, but he promised me a picture that no one else has." We stared at the entry. "The Whispering Man, old trail maps." We had every map of this park ever made, official and unofficial. There was no Whispering Man in any local folklore we knew of, no trail that fit that description. It sounded like a line from a children's ghost story. Who had she been meeting, and who had promised her a picture? The flight to the Western Valley was tense and quiet, the roar of the helicopter blades the only sound. We flew over jagged peaks and shadowed valleys that had remained untouched by human feet for decades. The drop-off point was a small, rocky clearing beside a creek. As soon as our boots hit the ground and the helicopter pulled away, the silence descended. It was a different kind of silence than the usual quiet of the deep woods. It was heavy, absolute. There were no birds, no chattering squirrels, no hum of insects. The air was still and cold, and the immense, ancient trees seemed to press in on us, watching. We established a base camp and began our search, spiraling out from the coordinates of the cell phone ping. For hours, we found nothing but rocks, moss, and ferns. The woods felt wrong, empty. As dusk began to bleed through the canopy, turning the light a deep shade of purple, my radio crackled. It was my partner, a seasoned SAR veteran named Dave. "LX," he said, his voice tight. "You're not going to believe this. Get over here." I followed his coordinates about half a mile north, pushing through ferns that came up to my chest. I found him standing at the base of a massive rock face, just staring. But he wasn't looking up at the rock. He was looking at something on it. Carved into the stone, about 10 feet up, were symbols. They weren't Native American petroglyphs. I'd seen hundreds of those. These were different. They were sharp, angular, geometric patterns I'd never seen before. They looked almost modern, yet ancient at the same time. And in the center of the carvings, fresh enough that the dust of the rock was still settled on the edges, was a single perfect handprint. It was small, slender, the size of a young woman's hand, and just below it, resting on a narrow ledge as if placed there for us to find, was a single, solitary object, a modern digital camera lens cap. It matched the make and model of the camera Maya Linden had been carrying. We stood there in the deepening gloom, the unnatural silence of the forest pressing in, and stared at the handprint on the wall. We were 30 miles from where she'd started, in a place she should never have been, a place with no name and no trails. We had found our first clue, but it hadn't brought us any closer to finding her. It had only pulled us deeper into her mystery. I felt a cold dread creep up my spine, a feeling I hadn't known in a long time. This wasn't a search and rescue anymore. This was something else entirely. We photographed everything. Every angle of the strange, unsettling symbols, the fresh handprint, and the lonely lens cap. Dave, a man I'd seen remain stoic at the sight of grizzly bear maulings, was quiet, his face a mask of uneasy concentration. That silence in the valley was the most unnerving part. It wasn't natural. In 15 years, I've never been in a part of this park so devoid of life. It was as if some unseen presence had issued a command for every bird, insect, and creature to fall silent, and they had all obeyed. The world was holding its breath, and we were trapped in its lungs. I radioed our findings back to the command post. My voice sounded thin and brittle in the oppressive quiet. I described the carvings, the handprint, the lens cap. The initial response from the head ranger, a no-nonsense man named Carter, was skeptical silence, followed by a series of questions I couldn't answer. Who made the carvings? How did the lens cap get there? Was there any sign of a struggle? Negative on all fronts, Carter, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The scene is clean. Too clean. It feels staged. The decision was made for us to make camp near the rock face. We were to secure the area and begin a grid search outward from the location at first light. Pulling us out in the dark was too risky, and this was our only lead, however bizarre. As we set up our small, two-tent camp, the sun dipped below the jagged peaks, plunging the valley into a deep, velvety darkness that our headlamps could barely pierce. The shadows between the ancient trees seemed to stretch and writhe, and the rock face loomed over us like a tombstone. We built a fire, more for psychological comfort than for warmth. The flames crackled and spat, a tiny bubble of sound and light in an ocean of silent darkness. But the comfort didn't last. Around 10 p.m., as Dave and I sat nursing mugs of hot coffee, I heard it for the first time. A whisper. It was faint, on the absolute edge of my hearing, like the sibilant hiss of sand skittering across rock. It seemed to come from all directions at once. I froze, my eyes darting into the impenetrable blackness beyond our fire. You hear that? I murmured, not taking my eyes off the woods. Dave nodded slowly, his knuckles white around his mug. I thought it was the wind, but there was no wind. The flames of our fire rose straight and steady. The air was unnervingly still. The whispering continued, a formless, genderless murmur. It wasn't a language I could recognize, but the cadence felt intelligent, deliberate. It rose and fell, weaving in and out of the crackle of the fire. It was the sound of 1,000 secrets being told at once, none of them meant for our ears. This had to be it. The Whispering Man. This was what Maya had come to find. An hour later, Dave took the first watch while I tried to get some sleep. But sleep was impossible. The whispering seemed to seep through the nylon walls of the tent, a constant, unsettling presence. Every snap of a twig in the fire made me jump. I felt a primal, suffocating paranoia, the feeling of being watched by countless unseen eyes. I must have drifted off at some point, because I was jolted awake by Dave urgently whispering my name from outside the tent. "Alex, get out here." Quietly. I scrambled out, my hand instinctively going to the canister of bear spray on my hip. Dave was standing rigid, his gaze locked on the edge of the firelight, about 30 yards away. "Don't make any sudden moves," he breathed. "Just look. Over by that big cedar." I followed his gaze, and my blood ran cold. For a split second, I saw it. It wasn't an animal. It was tall, impossibly tall and thin, its limbs too long for its body. It was a silhouette, a sliver of deeper black against the black of the night. It seemed to sway slightly, like a reed in a current. Its form was utterly wrong, an affront to nature. As I focused, trying to make sense of its shape, it simply dissolved. It didn't run or walk away. It faded back into the shadows as if it were made of smoke. "Did you see it?" Dave's voice was strained. "I saw something." I replied, my own voice hoarse. "What the hell was that?" He shook his head, never taking his eyes from the spot. "I don't know. It's been there for 5 minutes. Just watching." The rest of the night was a waking nightmare. The whispers grew in intensity, and we both saw the fleeting smoke, like figure at the edge of the woods 2 more times. Our equipment began to fail. My compass spun lazily, useless. Dave's GPS unit couldn't acquire a satellite signal, displaying nothing but a searching icon. We were cut off, alone in this silent, watching valley with whatever that thing was. When the first gray light of dawn finally broke through the canopy, it felt like being released from a pressure chamber. We hadn't slept. We were both on edge, our nerves frayed to the breaking point. As the light grew stronger, illuminating the forest floor, we saw the footprints. They started at the base of the rock face and led away into the deep woods, in the direction the figure had vanished. They weren't boot prints. They were the prints of long, narrow, bare feet. The stride was unnaturally long, far longer than any human could make, and they hadn't been there when we'd set up camp. My heart hammered against my ribs as I approached the rock face. The handprint was still there, a dark stain on the stone, but the lens cap was gone, and in its place, set carefully on the same narrow ledge, was Maya's camera. It was shattered. The body was cracked open, the lens system smashed beyond repair. It looked as if it had been crushed by an immense, deliberate force. I carefully picked it up, my training kicking in. I opened the memory card slot. It was empty. This was no longer a search and rescue. This was a warning. The destroyed camera, the missing memory card. It was a message. You saw nothing. You have no proof. "Carter," I said into the radio, which thankfully still worked. "I'm calling it. The situation is not viable. There's an unknown and potentially hostile presence here. I want my team and I airlifted out. Now." There was a long pause. Carter knew me. He knew I didn't spook easily. Understood Alex. Chopper's on its way. E-Day 45 minutes. The wait for the helicopter was the longest 45 minutes of my life. The forest was silent again, the whispers gone with the daylight, but the feeling of being watched was more intense than ever. We packed our gear, constantly scanning the trees around us. As we did a final sweep of the campsite bend, the younger of the 2 rangers with us called out, "Sirs, what's this?" He was pointing to a flat rock by the creek bed, a good 50 feet from our camp. Lying on it was a single glossy photograph. It looked like it had just been printed. My stomach clenched as I picked it up. The photo was of our campsite. It had been taken from a high angle, looking down from the darkness of the trees. It showed our 2 tents, the dying embers of our fire, and our sleeping forms. But that wasn't the part that made the air freeze in my lungs. In the shadows, standing between the tents and around the perimeter of the camp, were figures. At least 5 of them. They were tall, thin, and black as pitch, identical to the one we had seen. They were standing perfectly still, their featureless heads turned towards us, watching us sleep. This was impossible. No one else was here. No one could have taken this picture. And yet here it was. Proof. A picture Maya Linden was promised. A picture that no one else has. And a picture that we were clearly never meant to find. As I heard the distant thumping of the helicopter blades, I knew one thing for certain. We hadn't been hunting for a lost hiker. We were being hunted ourselves. The flight back to the command post was the most surreal experience of my life. The thundering chop of the helicopter blades filled the cabin, a stark contrast to the absolute, suffocating silence that had held the valley captive. Dave, Ben, and the other rangers sat like statues, their faces pale and drawn, staring out at the wilderness rushing by below. No one spoke. There were no words for what we had seen. I held the photograph in my hand, my fingers clamped so tightly around it that the edges were starting to crease. The image burned in my mind, the ghostly, elongated figures standing sentinel over our sleeping forms. It was impossible, insane, yet the glossy paper in my hand was undeniable proof. As we cleared the western ridges, I could have sworn I felt a collective weight lift, as if we had finally escaped a predator's gaze. Landing at the command post was like crashing back into reality. The area was still a hive of activity, but the energy had shifted from hopeful urgency to grim resignation. Carter met us as we disembarked, his face etched with concern. "What the hell happened out there, Alex? You looked like you'd seen a ghost." "Worse," I said, my voice raspy. I led him into the privacy of the command tent, with Dave following close behind. I laid out the sequence of events, my voice low and steady, trying to sound as objective as possible. I described the silence, the whispers, the failing equipment. I described the tall smoke, like figure at the edge of the woods, and the impossibly long footprints. Carter listened, his expression hardening from concern to disbelief, his arms crossed over his chest. I could see him dismissing it all as exhaustion and paranoia. The wild can play tricks on your mind. "Alex, you were out there for 36 hours with no sleep." He started, his tone condescending. "Your team was on edge. It's understandable that..." "It wasn't in our heads, Carter." Dave cut in, his voice sharp as broken glass. It was the first time I'd heard him speak since we'd found the photo. We all saw it. I knew words wouldn't be enough. I took a deep breath and placed the photograph on the table between us. This was left for us, on a rock, 50 feet from our camp. Carter picked it up. His skeptical frown slowly dissolved as he stared at the image. He turned it over, as if expecting to find some trick. He held it up to the light. He looked from the photo to my face, then to Dave's, and saw only grim certainty. The logical, orderly world he commanded had just been shattered by a single piece of glossy paper. "Ooh, who could have taken this?" He whispered. "Finally, the same person Maya went to meet." I replied. "The whispering man. The photograph changed everything. It was logged as evidence, sealed in a bag, and locked away. An official inquiry was launched, not into Maya's disappearance, but into the unidentified subjects in the photograph. Experts were brought in. They confirmed the photo was not digitally manipulated. The light, the shadows, the grain. It was an authentic photograph, taken on location, but they had no explanation for what it depicted. The figures defied analysis, appearing almost like photographic artifacts, blurs in the darkness, yet their presence was undeniable. The search for Maya Linden was officially suspended a week later. The official cause was listed as disappeared in a remote wilderness area, presumed deceased due to environmental exposure. There was no mention of a western valley, of strange carvings, of a shattered camera, or of tall, shadowy figures. Our official debriefs and reports were heavily redacted. The story was contained, buried under layers of bureaucracy. The Whispering Peaks National Park had an image to maintain, and tales of whispering phantoms were not part of the brochure. But you can't bury trauma. Dave, my partner of 10 years, put in for a transfer 2 months later. He ended up taking a desk job in a park down in Arizona. The last time I spoke to him, he told me he couldn't stand the quiet of the woods anymore. He said that every time the wind rustled the leaves, he heard whispers. Ben, the junior ranger, was never the same. The bright-eyed enthusiasm he'd had was gone, replaced by a haunted, skittish look. He took an extended leave of absence and never came back. I stayed. This park was my life, my home, but it was tainted. I could no longer look at the majestic peaks and ancient forests without feeling a cold knot of dread in my stomach. I avoided the Western Territories entirely. The memory of that oppressive silence and those watching figures was a wound that wouldn't heal. The photograph, our only proof, mysteriously vanished from the regional evidence locker a few months after the inquiry was closed. The official explanation was a clerical error, a misplaced file. I knew better. It was another message we are still watching. A year passed. Life in the park returned to its normal rhythm of seasons, tourists, and the occasional, explainable search and rescue. The story of Maya Linden faded into a ghost story, a cautionary tale told by rangers to spook the new recruits. I tried to put it behind me, to convince myself it was a singular, freak event. Then, last Tuesday, almost 2 years to the day since Maya's car was found, I was doing a final patrol check at the Eagle Ridge trailhead. The air was crisp with the promise of autumn, the leaves turning to fire and gold. As I was about to drive off, something on the main information kiosk caught my eye. It was a new flyer tacked over an old, faded map. It was a missing person poster. A young man, a college student and amateur geologist, had been reported overdue. He'd gone for a day hike on Eagle Ridge. His car was in the parking lot. He was well-equipped, experienced, and cautious. A cold, familiar dread washed over me as I read the details. My eyes scanned the flyer, and then I saw it, tucked into the corner of the kiosk, almost hidden from view. It was a single, freshly picked alpine wildflower, a rare species that grew only at the highest elevations. Tucked under its stem was a small, folded piece of paper. With trembling hands, I took it and unfolded it. It was a page torn from a field journal. The handwriting was a frantic scrawl, but the words were terrifyingly clear. He promised me a specimen. It read, "A stone that doesn't belong here. The old maps are wrong. I'm going to find the Whispering Man." I looked up from the note, my blood turning to ice. My gaze swept across the darkening tree line at the edge of the parking lot, and for a fleeting second, I saw it. A flicker of movement, a sliver of deeper black against the twilight shadows, impossibly tall and thin, swaying like a reed in a phantom wind. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, but I knew what I had seen. He was still here, and he was hunting again. My name is Samuel Lowe. That's the name on my official identification, the one stitched onto the crisp, forest green uniform I was so proud to finally wear. For as long as I can remember, the wilderness has been my church, the towering pines my cathedral, and the whisper of the wind through the leaves my choir. So, when I landed the job as a national park ranger at Okavin National Park, it felt less like a career move and more like coming home. I was 24, filled with a textbook knowledge of botany, wildlife management, and survival skills, and possessed an almost naive reverence for the great outdoors. I believed nature was pure, a force to be respected, certainly, but not feared. Not in the way I fear it now. Okavin is a sprawling, untamed beast of a park. It's a place of breathtaking contradictions. Sun-dappled meadows that give way to impossibly dark groves of ancient trees, serene lakes that reflect the sky like a flawless mirror, and jagged peaks that tear at the clouds. During my first week, I was intoxicated by it all. The air was cleaner, the colors were sharper, and the silence was deeper than any I had ever known. I was assigned to the park's more remote northern sector, a posting that was considered less desirable due to its isolation. For me, it was a dream. My direct superior was a man named Elias Vance. He was the quintessential seasoned ranger, a man who looked like he'd been carved from the park's oldest oak tree. His face was a roadmap of deep lines. His hands were calloused and thick, and his eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, held a permanent look of wary vigilance. He moved with a slow, deliberate economy of motion, as if conserving energy for a threat that could materialize at any moment. He spoke rarely, and when he did, his voice was a low rumble, like distant thunder. On my first official day, Elias called me into the main ranger station, a rustic log cabin that smelled of pine cleaner, old paper, and brewing coffee. The walls were covered in topographical maps, pinned with notes and markers, and a single dust-covered bulletin board displaying faded safety posters. Lo, he began, not bothering with pleasantries. He gestured to the chair opposite his cluttered desk. Sit. I sat, my back ramrod straight, eager to make a good impression. He slid a single sheet of paper across the desk. It was thick, creamy colored cardstock, yellowed at the edges as if it were decades old. It had been typed on what looked like an old-fashioned typewriter, the letters slightly uneven and occasionally faint. Your predecessor left in a hurry, Elias said, his gaze fixed on the paper, not on me. Didn't have time to go over the unofficial guidelines for this sector. So, I'm doing it. This is more important than your field manual. It's more important than your radio. You will read it, you will memorize it, and you will obey it. No questions. I picked it up. The paper felt strangely heavy in my hands. I expected a list of emergency contacts, or perhaps quirky instructions about a faulty generator. What I read sent a prickle of confusion, not fear, across my skin. The rules for the Northern Sector 1. Your shift ends at sunset. Be inside the station with the door locked before the last sliver of sun disappears behind the ridge. No exceptions. The night shift is not handled by us. 2. If you are on patrol and find a trail that is not on your official park map, you did not see it. Turn around and walk away. Do not explore it, no matter how well trodden or inviting it appears. 3. You will occasionally see a man in a bright red jacket, often near the edges of clearings. Do not acknowledge him. Do not speak to him. Do not, under any circumstances, follow him. He is not a lost hiker. Report the sighting in the logbook, and that is all. 4. The cabin on the western shore of Miller's Lake burned down in '87. If you see it standing, complete with a light in the window or smoke from the chimney, you are to immediately evacuate the area and not return until the next day. 5. If you hear something that sounds like a woman crying deep in the woods, it is a mountain lion. If you hear something that sounds like a baby giggling, it is also a mountain lion. If you hear someone call your name, it is not a mountain lion. Do not answer. Do not look in the direction of the voice. Keep your eyes forward and quicken your pace. 6. The animals in this park are not your friends. Do not feed them. More importantly, do not accept anything they might offer you. 7. Every third Tuesday, stay out of the Aspen Grove past Hemlock Creek. The change in season is aggressive there. 8. If you return to your patrol vehicle and find the doors ajar, do not get in. Radio for a pickup from a different location and abandon the vehicle. We can always get another truck. 9. Do not listen to any radio broadcast between the hours of 300 a.m. and 400 a.m. The frequency is compromised. What you hear is not for you. 10. Sometimes you will feel like you are being watched. You are. As long as it is only a feeling, you are safe. If you see the one who is watching, it is already too late. I finished reading and looked up at Elias, a half smile on my face. All right, I said, trying to sound like I was in on the joke. This is some pretty elaborate rookie hazing. You guys go all out. Elias's expression didn't change. His pale eyes were as hard and cold as river stones. There is no joke here, son. That list is the only thing that will keep you alive. The ranger you replaced, a good kid named Miller, thought it was a joke, too. He's the reason we call it Miller's Lake now. Not because he owned it, but because that's where we found a piece of him. The air in the room suddenly felt cold and thin. My smile vanished. The casual, Folksy horror of his statement was more jarring than any shout would have been. He wasn't trying to scare me. He was stating a fact. What do you mean? I stammered. What happened to him? He saw the light in the cabin. Elias said, his voice dropping lower. Rule 4. He radioed it in, said he was going to check for squatters. We told him not to. He insisted, said it was his duty. We lost contact. The next day, his partner found his boot, with his foot still in it, floating by the shore. I stared at him, then back down at the list. The typed words seemed to shimmer. Rule number 6 about animals offering you things suddenly seemed particularly absurd, but the story about Miller was chillingly specific. I don't understand, I said, my voice barely a whisper. What is out there? Elias leaned back in his chair, the ancient wood groaning in protest. Things low. Things that were here long before the park was established, long before the first map was drawn. They don't abide by our rules, so we have to abide by theirs. Your job isn't just to protect the park from the people. It's to protect the people from the park. Now, put that in your pocket and don't ever lose it. For the next 2 weeks, I tried my best to forget about the list. I told myself Elias was just an old man, steeped in local folklore, trying to put a scare into the new guy. I performed my duties diligently. I cleared fallen trees from trails, checked on campsites, and monitored for signs of forest fires. The park was stunning, peaceful, and utterly normal. I saw deer bears and a majestic bald eagle. None of them offered me anything. I saw no man in a red jacket, no phantom cabins. The hours between 300 and 400 a.m. on my radio were filled with nothing but static. The feeling of being watched, however, that was a different story. It was a constant companion, a low, great hum of anxiety that started the moment I left the ranger station and didn't fade until I was safely back inside. It was the kind of feeling that makes you glance over your shoulder for no reason. The kind that makes the snap of a twig sound like a gunshot. I dismissed it as my city, boy nerves finally fraying in the true, deep silence of the wild. It was a Wednesday, nearly a month into my tenure. I was on the far side of my sector, checking the integrity of a small wooden bridge over a rushing creek. The work took longer than expected, and by the time I packed up my tools, the sun was already bleeding orange and purple, sinking fast behind the western ridge. A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. Rule number 1, be inside before the last sliver of sun disappears. I was a good 45-minute hike from my truck. I wouldn't make it. I told myself it was fine. It was a stupid rule. What was going to happen? The bears wouldn't suddenly get more aggressive the moment it got dark. Still, my heart hammered against my ribs. I started walking fast. The forest transforms at dusk. The familiar shapes of trees become monstrous silhouettes. Every shadow seems to wreathe with a life of its own. The air grew cold, and a thick fog began to roll in from the creek, muffling sound and swallowing the trail ahead of me. I pulled my jacket tighter, my breath pluming in the frigid air. That's when I heard it. Sam. I froze, one foot hovering over a tangle of roots. The voice was faint, carried on the mist, but it was unmistakable. It was my mother's voice, the exact gentle, questioning tone she used when I was a boy and would wander too far from the back porch. Sam. Honey, are you there? My blood ran cold. My mother was 600 miles away in a suburban house with a white picket fence. There was absolutely unequivocally no way she could be here. A lost hiker, a woman who sounded just like her. My rational mind scrambled for an explanation, but my gut screamed that something was profoundly wrong. My head began to turn, an involuntary motion, drawn toward the sound which seemed to be coming from a dense thicket of ferns just off the trail. Then Elias's grim face flashed in my mind. Rule number 5. If you hear someone call your name, do not answer. Do not look. With a surge of pure primal terror, I snapped my head forward, my eyes locked on the foggy trail in front of me. I didn't answer. I didn't look. I started to run. I crashed through the undergrowth, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face and tore at my clothes. Behind me, the voice changed. The gentle, loving tone was gone, replaced by a desperate, pleading cry. Samuel.
He's happy. I'm lost
It was still my mother's voice, but now it was filled with a terror that clawed at my soul. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn back, to help her. It was the most powerful, gut-wrenching impulse I have ever had to fight. I just kept running, tears of fear and confusion streaming down my face. The voice shrieked my name one last time, a sound of pure rage and frustration that was utterly inhuman. Then silence. I didn't stop running until I burst out of the tree line and saw the familiar shape of my truck. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently it took 3 tries to get the key in the lock. I threw myself inside, slammed the door, and locked it. I sat there for a full 10 minutes, hyperventilating, my eyes scanning the dark, foggy woods I had just escaped. When my heart rate finally returned to something resembling normal, I reached into my pocket, my fingers trembling, and pulled out the typed list of rules. The paper no longer felt like a joke or a piece of folklore. It felt like a shield. It felt like the only thing that mattered. It was only then, as I read the list for the 10th time, that I realized my truck's passenger door was slightly ajar. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, suffocating silence of the truck's cab. The passenger door was ajar. It was a simple fact, a minor detail, yet under the crushing weight of the last 10 minutes, it was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. The image of the slightly open door, a dark, gaping wound in the sanctity of my vehicle, burned itself into my mind. Had it been open the whole time? Or had something opened it while I was cowering in the driver's seat, lost in my panic? My hands, slick with sweat, hovered over the radio handset. Rule number 8 was no longer an abstract warning on a piece of aged paper. It was a direct command, and I felt its urgency like a physical force. If you return to your patrol vehicle and find the doors ajar, do not get in. I had already broken that rule. I was in. The second part of the rule screamed in my head radio for a pickup from a different location and abandoned the vehicle. I snatched the radio. My thumb fumbled with the transmit button. Elias, this is Low. Do you copy? The radio crackled back to life, a hiss of static that did little to comfort me. Go for Vance. Elias's gravelly voice responded, calm and steady. I swallowed, my throat dry as dust. I didn't know the proper protocol for this. How do you tell your boss that you're abandoning a government vehicle because of a ghost story? I need a pickup. I stammered, my voice cracking. My location is the trailhead at Whisper Creek. The vehicle is compromised. I chose the word carefully, hoping it sounded official, professional. I'm invoking rule number 8. There was a pause on the other end. It wasn't a pause of confusion, but of grim understanding. Copy that, Low. Stay put. Don't leave the vehicle. I'm on my way. ETA 20 minutes. And Low. Yeah, you did good. The line went silent, but his words hung in the air. He didn't question me. He didn't ask for clarification. He just believed me. The validation was terrifying. It meant this was all real. The next 20 minutes were the longest of my life. I sat perfectly still, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror, convinced I would see a face materialize in the back seat. Every rustle of leaves, every groan of the truck settling on its suspension, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I thought about the voice that had called my name. It had known me. It had used my mother's love as a weapon, a lure, and the entity it belonged to had, perhaps, been inside this very truck. Had it left the door open as a courtesy, a warning, a taunt? When the headlights of Elias's truck finally cut through the fog, I almost wept with relief. He pulled up alongside my vehicle, his expression unreadable in the dim dashboard light. I scrambled out of my truck and practically dove into his passenger seat, not once looking back at the vehicle I was abandoning. "Get your seatbelt on," was all he said. We drove in silence for the first few miles, the only sound the rhythmic thump of the windshield wipers against the persistent drizzle. The forest pressed in on either side, a wall of impenetrable darkness. It called my name. I finally blurted out, the words tumbling out of me. It sounded exactly like my mother. It begged me for help. Elias kept his eyes on the road. It does that. It takes what's in your head, what you love, and it twists it. It's a lure. Oldest trick in its book. "What is..." I asked. asked, my voice pleading. Elias, what are we dealing with? He was silent for a long time, navigating a sharp turn in the road. You think of the world as having 2 layers low. He said at last, there's the world we live in, the one with rules of physics and biology, the one you learned about in your Ranger Academy. Then there's the other layer, the one underneath. It's thin here. In some places, it's worn through completely. That list I gave you. Those aren't our rules. They're a treaty. A set of boundaries we've learned to respect to keep the layers from mixing too much. You didn't just run from a funny sound tonight. You stood at the border and chose not to cross. And the thing with the truck door, that was a test. A consequence for being late. To see if you were paying attention. You were. I sank back into my seat, a chill settling deep in my bones that had nothing to do with the cold night air. A treaty. We weren't park rangers. We were border guards. The weeks that followed changed me. The naive, nature-loving rookie was gone, replaced by a tense, hyper-vigilant man who saw potential threats in every shadow. The rules were no longer a curious piece of folklore. They were my scripture. I planned my patrols to ensure I was back at the station an hour before sunset, a buffer I refused to violate. I treated my map as gospel. If a trail wasn't on it, it didn't exist. I packed extra food and water, my mind constantly running through contingency plans. One afternoon, I experienced another rule firsthand. I was scanning a wide, sun-drenched meadow with my binoculars, cataloging deer populations. As I swept my view towards the far tree line, I saw him. A man standing just inside the shadow of the trees, wearing a jacket of the most jarring, unnatural red. It was the color of fresh blood against new fallen snow. My breath caught in my throat. He was perfectly still, almost like a statue facing deeper into the woods. I couldn't see his face. A powerful, inexplicable urge washed over me. A desire to call out, to shout, to make sure he was all right, to make him turn around. It felt like a physical pull. Rule number 3 echoed in my skull. Do not acknowledge him. Do not speak to him. I wrenched the binoculars from my eyes, my heart pounding. My hands were shaking as I packed my gear. I didn't look back. I just walked away, feeling his unseen presence like a hole burned in the landscape. Back at the station, I opened the official logbook. My hand trembled as I wrote 1540. Sighting. Man in red jacket. Northern Meadow. S. Low. As I closed the book, I glanced at the previous entries. There were dozens of them, stretching back years, from different rangers. Man in red. Red jacket by the creek. Sighting red. A cold, silent fraternity of fear. The true test, however, came in the fall. A family of 4, the Petersons, went missing. Their minivan was found at the trailhead for the Eagle Peak Trail, one of the most popular and scenic routes in the park. It was a classic missing persons case. They were day hikers, inexperienced, probably got turned around. Search and rescue teams were called in from 3 counties, a swarm of bright orange vests and barking dogs. To them, it was a race against time. To me, it was a nightmare unfolding in slow motion. I knew with a certainty that made me sick to my stomach that the Petersons hadn't just gotten lost. The search coordinator was a man named Harrison, a confident, by the book professional who saw Oak Heaven as just another patch of wilderness to be tamed and conquered. On the first night of the search, as dusk began to fall, he was mapping out grid patterns for the night teams. You can't send them out there after sunset, I said, approaching him at the command post. Harrison gave me a dismissive look. Son, these are critical hours. We don't stop for anything when lives are on the line. This place is different. I insisted, my voice low and urgent. You have to pull everyone back for their safety. The only safety I'm concerned with is the families, he scoffed. My guys are trained professionals. I think they can handle a little darkness. I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to grab him by his crisp orange vest and show him the list, to tell him about Miller's Lake and the voice that wore my mother's love like a mask. But how could I? I would be relieved of duty, labeled a lunatic. Elias stood nearby, watching me, a silent warning in his eyes. We don't talk about this. So I said nothing. I just watched as the teams, equipped with powerful flashlights and GPS units, marched into the darkening woods. I felt like a man watching children wander into a minefield. That night, the radio was a cacophony of normal search chatter. But then, just after 300 a.m., the frequency shifted. For a moment, a strange, lilting music drifted through the static, melodic but deeply unsettling, like a nursery rhyme played backward. Then it was gone. Rule 9. What you hear is not for you. The next day, one of the search teams was missing a member. A young volunteer named Chris. They'd gotten separated in a thick patch of forest. The other team members reported hearing him call out, saying he'd found a shortcut, a beautiful old stone path, a path that wasn't on any of our maps. Rule number 2. The search for the Petersons was now also a search for Chris. The atmosphere grew tense. Harrison's confidence was replaced by a grim frustration. On the third day, we were searching the area around Miller's Lake. I felt a cold dread as we approached the shoreline, the water dark and still. One of the searchers shouted. On a large, flat rock near the water's edge sat a small pink teddy bear. It was immaculate, perfectly clean, sitting upright as if it had been placed there moments ago. It was the Peterson girls. As we all stood there, staring at this impossible, pristine object, a sound drifted across the water from the far side of the lake. It was the sound of a baby giggling. A happy, innocent sound that was utterly out of place in this landscape of fear. One of the volunteers, a man named Gary, brightened.
Hear that? They're alive! The baby's okay!
He started to move toward the shoreline, his eyes fixed on the opposite bank.
Hello, he shouted.
We're here to help. I lunged forward and grabbed his arm, my grip like a vise. He turned to me, his face a mask of confusion and anger. My own face was pale, my eyes wide with a terror he couldn't possibly comprehend. Don't, I choked out, the word barely a whisper. For God's sake, don't move. What the hell is wrong with you, man? He spat, trying to pull his arm free. That's a child. I looked from his angry, uncomprehending face to the dark, placid water where the giggling continued, a sweet, deadly siren song. My mind was screaming. If you hear something that sounds like a baby giggling, it is a mountain lion. Except Elias and I both knew it wasn't a mountain lion. It was something so much worse. That, I said, my voice trembling but firm, was not a child. The volunteer Gary twisted in my grasp, his face a mask of righteous fury.
Let go of me! There's a child over there!
He yelled, his voice echoing across the unnaturally still water of Miller's Lake. The baby's giggling continued, a sound that was simultaneously joyous and grotesque. It drilled into my ears, a sweet, sharp spike of absolute terror. It's not a child. I repeated, my voice low and strained. I tightened my grip, my knuckles white. You can't go over there. Suddenly, Elias was beside us. He didn't touch Gary, but his presence alone was enough to make the man freeze. He radiated an aura of cold, unquestionable authority that even the search coordinator, Harrison, seemed to respect. Lowe's right, Elias said, his voice a low rumble that cut through the giggling. His pale eyes weren't looking at Gary, but were scanning the far shoreline, a hunter's gaze assessing a threat. The acoustics in this basin are treacherous. That sound could be coming from anywhere. It could be miles away.
It sounded right there,
Gary protested, though his conviction was wavering. It's a trick of the landscape, Elias said flatly. We're not sending anyone across the lake on a wild goose chase. We stick to the grid. He then turned his gaze on Harrison, who had stormed over. My ranger made a call to prevent his team from being scattered. I support that call. We're pulling this section back to the command post. Now, Harrison looked like he was about to explode. His face was beet red, a stark contrast to the orange of his vest. He opened his mouth to argue, but then the giggling stopped. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was somehow worse. At that exact moment, the pink teddy bear sitting on the rock by the shore, the one that had been so impossibly clean, slowly, almost deliberately, toppled over onto its face. No wind, no tremor. It just fell. A collective gasp went through the search party. No one said a word. The fight went out of Gary's eyes, replaced by a dawning, bewildered fear. Harrison stared at the fallen bear, his mouth agape. Without another word, he turned and stalked back toward the trail. The The team followed, casting nervous glances back at the placid, dark water. As Elias and I fell in at the rear, he spoke to me without turning his head. Good instincts, low. You're learning. What would have happened to him? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The lake would have taken him. Elias said simply, you don't go to the giggling. You don't go to the crying. You don't answer when it calls your name. You stay on this side of the border. The search was officially called off 2 days later. The Peterson family and the volunteer, Chris, were declared lost, presumed dead. The massive operation packed up, leaving Oak Haven to its secrets. To the world, it was a tragedy. To Elias and me, it was the cost of doing business. The Petersons had stumbled off the map and into the other layer. Chris had followed a path that wasn't there, and the things in the park had collected their toll. Life fell into a new, grim routine. I was no longer a rookie. The list of rules was seared into my brain, a permanent part of my consciousness. I didn't need the paper anymore. The park was no longer a place of beauty for me. It was a place of boundaries, a sprawling, living maze of invisible walls and ancient, hungry things. The feeling of being watched never left. It became the background noise to my existence. A month later, a deer was found near the station. Its body was untouched, but its antlers had been woven with fresh wildflowers in a pattern of breathtaking complexity. I remembered rule number 6. Do not accept anything they might offer you. I didn't touch it. I recorded it in the logbook and let the coyotes have it. The real end to the Peterson case, for me, came on a cold Tuesday in late November. It wasn't the third Tuesday, but a chill was in the air that reminded me of Rule 7. Elias and I were doing a final sweep of the northern sector before the first heavy snows were due to hit, officially closing it for the winter. He took me to a place I'd never been, a quiet grove of aspen trees deep in the backcountry. There's something you should see, he said, his voice heavy. The aspen grove was silent. The trees stood like a forest of white bones, their yellow leaves having fallen long ago. In the center of the grove, there was a small clearing, and in that clearing was a scene. The clothes of the Peterson family were laid out on the forest floor. They were neatly folded. The father's flannel shirt and jeans, the mother's hiking pants and fleece jacket, the son's sweatshirt, the little girl's pink coat. They were arranged in the shape of a family, holding hands. Beside where the girl's clothes lay was Chris the volunteer's orange search and rescue vest, also folded perfectly. There were no bodies, no signs of a struggle. Just the clothes, a hollow effigy of the lives that had been erased. I felt a wave of nausea. What is this? A memorial. Hey, Truffy, Elias corrected me, his voice grim. A display. They're showing us what they took. I stared at the scene, trying to make sense of it, trying to fit it into the logical world I had once known. And that's when I felt it. The feeling of being watched intensified, magnified 100-fold. It wasn't just a general unease anymore. It was specific. It was a focused, malevolent attention, and it was coming from the trees at the far end of the clearing. My head started to turn. My body wanted to see. I had to know what was looking at me with such immense, ancient intelligence. Hello? Elias's voice was sharp as cracking ice, eyes on me. Right now. I snapped my gaze to him, my heart feeling like it was trying to beat its way out of my chest. My peripheral vision swam. I had the distinct impression of something impossibly tall and slender, something the color of rotted bark and old bone, detaching itself from the trunk of an ancient aspen. It wasn't just camouflaged. It was as if the tree itself was unfolding. Rule number 10 screamed in my mind, the final, most terrifying rule of all. If you see the one who is watching, it is already too late. I clamped my eyes shut. Elias, I gasped. We are leaving now, he said, his voice calm but taut with an urgency I had never heard before. Walk backward. Do not turn around. Do not open your eyes until I tell you. I trusted him. I stumbled backward, my boots crunching on the frosted leaves, my entire being screaming with the effort of not looking. I could feel the watcher's attention on us, a cold, heavy pressure against my back. It felt like standing on the edge of a cliff, the wind trying to pull you into the abyss. We walked like that for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Elias said, "Okay, open." We were back at the edge of the grove. I opened my eyes, my body trembling uncontrollably. I didn't look back. I don't think I'll ever be able to look at an aspen grove again. We got back to the station just as the last light of the sun vanished. I sank into my chair, shaking. What was that, Elias? He sat down opposite me, his face looking older and more tired than I had ever seen it. "That was the landlord," he said quietly. "The old one. The one that sets the rules. It doesn't hunt. It doesn't chase. It just observes. And if it sees you, truly sees you, it removes you from the board. You just stop being." A terrifying thought crystallized in my mind. Harrison, the search coordinator, he pushed on. He would have kept going into places like that. Elias just nodded slowly. It wasn't a question that needed an answer. Harrison had been so sure of his own rules. He never imagined he'd have to play by someone else's. My time as a national park ranger ended not long after that, but I never really left. I took a different job, a desk job, in the same park administration. I'm one of the people who hires the new rangers now. I'm the one who briefs them on their duties. And at the end of every orientation for a new ranger assigned to the northern sector, I pull them aside. I pour them a cup of coffee, and I slide a single, yellowed sheet of cardstock across the table. Most of them smile, thinking it's a joke, a clever bit of hazing for the new guy. They look at me, a man who isn't much older than them, and they see a bureaucrat, not a survivor. I don't smile back. "This is not a joke." I tell them, my voice low and steady. "This is more important than your manual. It's more important than your radio. You will read it, you will memorize it, and you will obey it." And as they look into my eyes, they see that I am not lying. They see the shadow of the things I've witnessed. And they start to understand that their job is not to protect the park from the people, but to protect the people from the park. They are the new guards on the border. And I am the one who has to pray they're strong enough to hold the line. My name is Elias Vance. Before I took this job, the one that led me to write this all down, I was a U.S. National Park Service ranger for 12 years. I worked in the dense, sprawling forests of the Pacific Northwest, a place where the trees grow so thick they blot out the sun, and the silence is a living thing. I thought I had seen it all. Hikers vanishing without a trace, strange lights in the sky that defied explanation, and things you'd glimpse at the edge of your vision that would make the hair on your arms stand up. I was good at my job. I was steady, reliable, and I understood the wilderness. Or at least, I thought I did. My career with the Park Service ended abruptly after the incident with the Calloway family. A father, a mother, and their 8-year-old daughter, Lily. They went for a day hike on a well-marked trail and never came back. We searched for weeks. The official report cited an animal attack, a tragic, but not unheard of event. But that wasn't the truth. What we found wasn't something a bear or a cougar could have done. The scene was clean. Too clean. Their picnic blanket was still spread out, sandwiches uneaten. No blood, no torn clothing, no signs of a struggle. Just an empty space where a family used to be, and a single small, hand-carved wooden bird left on the blanket. It was the kind of thing that gnawed at you in the dark, a question with no answer. I couldn't stay after that. The woods I once loved felt alien, hostile. The silence no longer felt peaceful, it felt watchful. So, I resigned. I drifted for a few months. The image of that empty picnic blanket burned into my mind. I needed a change, something so remote, so different, that it would scar the memories clean. That's when I saw the ad, a private contractor looking for a site manager for a decommissioned government facility in a remote sector of the Alaska Range. The pay was exorbitant, the contract was for 6 months, and the primary qualification was comfort with extreme isolation. It sounded perfect. It was a place without people, a place without memories. It was a mistake. The journey itself should have been a warning. A commercial flight to Anchorage, then a smaller charter to a dusty airstrip in a town whose name I've already forgotten, and finally, a final leg in a rattling, single-engine bush plane that felt like it was held together with duct tape and a prayer. For 2 hours, we flew over a landscape of impossible scale. A vast, unforgiving emptiness of white and green and gray. Jagged peaks of rock and ice tore at the sky, and the forests below were a dense, dark carpet that seemed to swallow the light. There was nothing. No roads, no houses, no sign of human life. Just the wilderness, raw and absolute. The pilot, a grizzled man named Sal, pointed down. There she is. Outpost Borealis. I looked down and saw it. It wasn't a cabin or a traditional building. It was a concrete carbuncle, a squat, windowless structure half, buried in the snow, dusted tundra, surrounded by a high chain, link fence topped with barbed wire. It looked less like a home and more like a bunker. A tomb. As the plane landed on a flattened strip of dirt nearby, the outpost's main door hissed open and a man came out. He was thin, almost skeletal, with a wild beard and eyes that darted around constantly, never settling on one thing for long. He was practically vibrating with a nervous energy that was deeply unsettling. This was Jensen, the man I was replacing. Sal didn't even cut the engine.
He's all yours, Elias! I'll be back for you in 180 days!
Don't go crazy. He gave a mock salute and prepared for takeoff. Jensen didn't waste time with pleasantries. He grabbed one of my bags and all but dragged me inside. Name's Jensen. Thank God you're here. Let's make this quick. I want to be on that plane. The inside of the outpost was brutally functional. Polished concrete floors, sterile white walls, and the constant low hum of machinery that seemed to vibrate through the soles of my boots. It was a series of corridors leading to a handful of rooms, a small but efficient living quarters with a bed and a desk, a kitchen galley, a bathroom, and a communications room filled with old, silent equipment. This is it, Jensen said, his voice raspy. Generator is the heart of the whole place. It's in the sub-level. Never, ever let it run out of fuel. Comms are mostly dead, save for a satellite phone for emergencies. You get a supply drop every month. Your only job is to be here, to keep the place running, to be a presence. A presence. For who? I asked, setting my duffel bag on the cot. Jensen's eyes finally locked onto mine, and for the first time I saw the raw, undiluted fear in them. Just be here. Look, there are rules. The company that hired us, they don't tell you the real rules. They just say to maintain the facility. But I've been here for 2 rotations. I know the truth. You need to listen to me, Vance. You need to listen very carefully. Your life depends on it. He took a shaky breath and started pacing. Rule number 1, the generator. I know I said it already, but this is the most important. It cannot, under any circumstances, go out between sundown and sunrise. I don't care if a blizzard is tearing the roof off. You keep it fueled, you keep it running. The lights stay on. All of them. Always. No matter what you hear outside. He paused, letting the words sink in. Rule number 2, perimeter checks. You do them every single day, first thing after sunrise. Walk the entire fence line. Check for breaches. But you do it only in the daylight. If you find a break in the fence, and you will, you report it on the satellite phone log. But you do not, under any circumstance, approach it or attempt to repair it after dark. Leave it. Wait for the sun. What's making the breaks? I asked. He just shook his head, a frantic, dismissive gesture. Doesn't matter. Rule number 3, the comms room. That old shortwave console in there. He gestured down the hall. It's not as dead as it looks. Every night at exactly 3:33 a.m., you will hear a broadcast. It's a voice, reading a series of numbers. It's not a language you'll recognize. Do not try to write them down. Do not try to figure out what they mean. And whatever you do not touch the console. Do not try to answer. My blood was starting to run a little cold. This was beyond the eccentricity of an isolated man. This was ritual. Rule number 4. He continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper. The logbook. It's on the desk in your quarters. You log everything. Every power flicker. Every unusual noise. Every temperature drop. You have to be meticulous. But if you see a figure outside, standing near the fence line, you can describe it. Describe its shape, its height, what it's doing. But you never, ever write that you saw a person. You never use that word. You call it the visitor, or the shape. Never a person. Are you understanding me? I just nodded, my mouth dry. The incident with the Calloway family, the feeling of something wrong in the woods, it was all coming back to me in a sickening wave. And the last rule, the most important one for you to just accept. Down the main corridor, on the sub, level near the generator room, there is a red door. It is not on any of the schematics for this facility. It's made of heavy steel. There is no key. Do not look for one. Do not touch the door. Do not put your ear to it. You pretend it doesn't exist. That part of the station is not for you. It's for something else. He finally stopped pacing and stood before me, his face pale and slick with sweat despite the chill in the air. Outside, I could hear the bush plane's engine revving impatiently. That's it, Jensen said. Follow the rules, Vance. To the letter. You have to understand this job. It's not about keeping people out. It's about not letting anything know it's welcome. With that, he turned and practically fled. He didn't say goodbye, didn't look back. He scrambled into the waiting plane, and minutes later, I was alone, the sound of the engine fading into the immense, crushing silence of the Alaskan wilderness. The first few hours were spent unpacking and trying to rationalize Jensen's manic warnings as the product of profound isolation sickness. The rules were just coping mechanisms. I told myself, ways to structure the unending days and nights. But as the sun began to dip below the jagged horizon, painting the snow in shades of orange and blood red, the outpost grew colder. The hum of the generator, once a background annoyance, became a comforting, life-affirming sound. I made dinner, read a few chapters of a book, and tried to settle into my new reality. I followed the rules. I checked that all the interior lights were on. I walked the corridors, my footsteps echoing unnervingly in the quiet. I looked at the logbook on the desk, its pages filled with Jensen's spidery, frantic handwriting. I didn't open it. Not yet. At around 10 p.m., I was sitting at the desk, trying to write a letter I knew I couldn't send when I heard it. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible under the drone of the generator. A soft, rhythmic sound. Scry-ape. Scry-ape. It was coming from the western wall of the outpost. It sounded like a tree branch being dragged against the concrete. Except, when I'd landed, I had seen that there were no trees within 50 yards of the station walls. Tap. Scry-ape. I froze, every nerve ending on fire. My heart hammered against my ribs. I thought of rule number 1, no matter what you hear outside. I turned the volume up on the small television in the corner, filling the room with the cheerful, mindless noise of a sitcom. But I could still hear it, a persistent, chilling whisper of sound from the other side of the wall. It was the sound of something patient, something that was waiting in the long, cold, Alaskan night. And my 6-month contract had only just begun. Sleep did not come easily that first night. The scraping sound eventually stopped, fading back into the omnipresent hum of the generator, but its memory lingered. Every creak of the structure, every gust of wind whistling around the corners, was a phantom echo of that deliberate, patient sound. I finally drifted into a shallow, restless slumber with the lights on, the flimsy sitcom on the television playing to an empty room, a pathetic shield against the immense, listening darkness outside. I awoke with a start just before dawn, the habit of 12 years as a ranger still ingrained in me. The silence was absolute. The scraping was gone. For a moment, a wave of relief washed over me. It was just the wind, I told myself. A loose piece of siding. The paranoia of an isolated place getting to me already. But the relief was thin, brittle. I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my gut, that it had been real. After a quick, tasteless breakfast of instant oatmeal, I faced my first real test, rule number 2, the perimeter check. I pulled on my heaviest coat, grabbed a powerful flashlight despite the growing light, and keyed in the code to open the main door. The cold that hit me was physical, a solid wall of air so frigid it stole my breath. The landscape was a study in monochrome white snow, gray sky, black rock. The sun was a pale, anemic disk on the horizon, offering light but no warmth. The chain link fence surrounded the compound at a distance of about 30 yards. I started my circuit boots crunching in the crystalline snow. The silence was unnerving. In the forest back home, even in winter, there was always sound. The call of a bird, the rustle of some unseen creature. Here, there was nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the thumping of my heart. I was 3/4 of the way around, on the western side when I found it. My rationalizations about the wind and loose siding evaporated in an instant. A section of the fence at least 10 feet wide was grotesquely warped, bent inward toward the outpost. The thick gauge wire was twisted and torn, not cut, but seemingly pulled apart by immense brute force. Deep, parallel gouges were scraped into the galvanized metal of the fence posts, peeling them back like fruit. The scraping sound. This was its source. Whatever had made the noise had been trying to get through. I knelt, my breath pluming in the air, and saw something that made my blood run cold. In the snow, just outside the breach, were tracks. They were not from any animal I recognized. They were large, oblong, and deep, as if something impossibly heavy had stood there, and they were singular, one after another, not a pair. Like something was hopping or slithering, not walking. Following Jensen's frantic instructions, I didn't approach too closely. I took out the satellite phone, my fingers clumsy with cold and fear, and logged the breach, my voice sounding small and foreign in the vast emptiness. Fence breach. Western perimeter. Approximate size 10 feet. Evidence of pressure. I couldn't bring myself to describe the tracks. I finished my circuit, my head on a constant swivel, the feeling of being watched now an undeniable, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I all but ran the last few yards and sealed the heavy door behind me, the sound of the locks engaging offering only a sliver of comfort. Back inside, the sterile safety of the outpost felt different. It was no longer a sanctuary, but the center of a target. That feeling gnawed at me all morning. I needed answers. I needed context. My eyes kept drifting to the logbook on the desk. Jensen's final rule, pretend the red door doesn't exist, had seemed the most bizarre, but now his rule about the logbook, rule number 4, felt like an invitation. Log everything, he'd said. I had to know what he had logged. With a sense of trespassing, I opened the book. The first few pages were mundane as I expected. Generator readings, fuel consumption weather notes. The handwriting was neat, controlled. But then, about 2 weeks into his first rotation, the entries began to change. October 17. Scraping sound again. West wall. Louder this time. October 22. Found a breach in the fence. The 3rd this month. The tracks are always the same. What is it? November 5. Saw one of them for the first time. The visitor. Stood by the tree line just after sunset. Tall. So damn tall and thin, it just watched the outpost. Didn't move for an hour. I logged it just like they said. Called it the shape. But I know what I saw. The handwriting grew more erratic, the neat lines becoming a desperate scrawl. December 1. The broadcast at 3:33. The numbers. They get in my head. I find myself humming them during the day. I have to fight the urge to write them down. I think they're a key. I think they're an invitation. December 24. Merry Christmas. My present was a visitor standing right at the fence breach. It didn't try to come through. It just stood there. It felt like it was looking right at me, through the concrete, through the walls. It has no face, but it was looking at me. I could feel it in my bones. It's testing the boundaries. It's learning. My hands were shaking as I turned the pages. I was now reading about his second rotation, the one he had just finished. The entries were short, sharp bursts of terror. April 10. It's not just outside anymore. Heard something in the sub level last night. A shuffling sound, coming from near the red door, April 29. The generator flickered for a second last night. Just a second. But in that moment of darkness, I heard it. A whisper. It was right outside my door. It said my name. Jensen. May 15. I put my ear to the red door I know I shouldn't have. God help me, I know. It's not machinery in there. It's wet. And there's a sound like cloth being dragged through something thick. The final entry, from the day before I arrived, was barely legible. It knows I'm leaving. It's angry. The whole place is vibrating with it. Don't listen to the numbers. Don't look at the visitors. And for the love of God, do note OPEM, Eerie door. It's not a door. It's a lid. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Isolation sickness. This was not the diary of a man going mad. It was the diary of a man being hunted. The next 2 weeks passed in a haze of paranoid routine. I did my perimeter checks at dawn, always finding the same breach, sometimes worse than the day before. I fueled the generator, my hands trembling as I worked in the cold, humming sub level, pointedly keeping my back to the long corridor that led to the red door. The scraping sound came every night, a familiar and dreaded companion, and a few times I saw them, the visitors, tall, spindly shapes that would stand motionless at the edge of the woods as dusk fell, their forms indistinct and blurry, as if they were made of smoke and shadow. I logged them as Jensen had, my pen shaking. Visitor present, north perimeter, approximately 8 feet tall. Motionless. I knew I had to face the next rule. Rule number 3, the broadcast. The idea of it terrified me, but the idea of being caught unaware was worse. On the 15th night of my stay, I brewed a pot of brutally strong coffee and sat in the comms room, watching the clock on the wall tick past 3 a.m. The room was cold, filled with the ghosts of dead technology. At exactly 3:33 a.m. it happened. A crackle of static broke the silence, and then a voice. It was not human. It was deep, guttural, and wet, like words being formed in a throat full of gravel and mud. It spoke a series of numbers in a rhythmic, chanting cadence. The language was alien, but the numbers felt almost familiar, like a half-remembered dream. An intense, overwhelming urge rose in me, to grab a pen, to write them down, to understand the pattern. It felt profoundly important, a message I was meant to receive. My hand twitched, reaching for my pocket, but Jensen's final, scrawled warning echoed in my mind. It's an invitation. I clenched my fists, squeezed my eyes shut, and wrote out the compulsion until the broadcast ended as abruptly as it began, plunging the room back into silence. I stumbled back to my quarters, my entire body trembling, the alien numbers echoing in my skull. The next night, the scraping on the western wall was more frantic, more violent than ever before. It lasted for hours. Then, just after 2 a.m., it stopped. I lay in my cot, wide awake, listening. The silence that followed was somehow worse. And then I heard a new sound. Tap, tap, tap. It was soft, delicate, and it wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from down the main corridor. My blood turned to ice. It was coming from inside the outpost, fighting every instinct, screaming at me to hide under my blankets like a child. I crept out of my room. The corridor was lit by the harsh, humming fluorescent lights. I moved slowly, my bare feet silent on the cold concrete. The tapping continued, faint but clear. Tap, 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 tap. It was leading me down the hall, towards the stairs to the sub-level, towards the generator, towards the place I had been avoiding. I reached the end of the hall and peered down the steel staircase into the lower level. And I saw it for the first time. The red door. It was exactly as Jensen had described. Heavy, industrial steel, painted a deep, arterial red that seemed to absorb the light. There was no handle, no knob, no keypad. Just a flat, imposing surface. And the tapping was coming from the other side. Tap. Tap. It was a question. It was a knock. It was an invitation. Jensen's words screamed in my head. Pretend it doesn't exist. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the door, a primal fear seizing my heart. This place wasn't a bunker to keep things out. It was a cage, and I was locked inside with the inmate. I spent the next week in a state of heightened, sleepless terror. I didn't go near the sub-level unless it was absolutely necessary to refuel the generator, a task I performed with frantic speed, my ears straining for any sound from behind the red door. The tapping had stopped, but its absence was somehow worse. It was the silence of a predator that knows it has been seen, now content to wait. The rules, which had once seemed like a madman's paranoid ramblings, were now the only pillars holding up my sanity. I clung to them like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. The situation outside was deteriorating. The visitors were becoming bolder. They no longer stayed at the tree line. I would see them standing just beyond the mangled fence, their tall, wavering forms stark against the snow. They were faceless, yet I felt their gaze. It was a cold, analytical pressure against the walls of the outpost and against the walls of my mind. During the day, I would sometimes find things left at the fence line, strangely bundled sticks tied with what looked like sinew, and once a dead Arctic fox, laid out perfectly straight, its mouth open in a silent scream. They were offerings, or warnings. The true turning point came on my 30th day. A blizzard descended from the north, a roaring beast of wind and snow that blotted out the world. The outpost groaned under the assault, and the temperature plummeted. My concern was singular: the generator. Its constant hum was the only thing keeping the deeper, more profound cold at bay. That night, huddled in my quarters, the scraping sound on the western wall started again, but this time it was different. It was frenzied, clowing, accompanied by a low, guttural chittering that vibrated through the concrete. The visitors were agitated by the storm. They were trying to get in. Then, at 20:17 a.m., the unthinkable happened. The lights flickered. They dimmed to a sickly yellow, the hum of the generator sputtering, catching, then sputtering again. A fuel line, I realized with a surge of pure adrenaline. It must be freezing. I had to go down there. I had to fix it. I grabbed my heaviest mag light and scrambled for the level stairs. As my feet hit the steel steps, the lights flickered one last time and died. Total darkness, total silence. The generator was dead. For a heartbeat, the only sound was the roar of the blizzard outside and the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. The shield was down. Rule number 1 was broken. And from the end of the corridor, from the direction of the red door, came a new sound. Click. It was the sound of a heavy, oiled tumbler falling into place, a lock disengaging. My flashlight beam cut a shaking tunnel through the absolute black. I aimed it down the corridor. The red door was no longer flat and featureless. A thin, vertical seam of absolute black had appeared down its center. It was slowly, silently swinging open. Jensen's words echoed in the sudden, terrifying silence. It's not a door. It's a lid. I should have run. I should have scrambled back up the stairs and barricaded myself in my room. But I was frozen, pinned by a fear so profound it was almost a religious experience. The light from my flashlight trembled on the widening gap. I couldn't see what was inside. The opening revealed only more darkness, a blackness that seemed to drink the light, a void that felt ancient and wrong. And something began to emerge. It wasn't a monster of teeth and claws. It was a shape, a form that my mind couldn't properly resolve. It unfolded itself from the doorway, a thing of impossible geometry, a silhouette of a man made of what looked like captured night sky, pinpricked with cold, distant stars. It was tall, like the visitors outside, but denser, more real. It had no face, but I could feel its attention on me, a vast, crushing weight of intellect and antiquity. As it straightened to its full height, the scraping and chittering from outside the outpost stopped instantly. There was a new master here. It took a step onto the concrete floor, and for the first time, it made a sound. It was not a growl or a roar, but a voice, a perfect imitation of the guttural, wet chanting from the shortwave radio. It spoke a series of numbers, the same alien cadence, the same rhythm. But this time I understood it wasn't a code, it wasn't a message, it was a name, its name. And just hearing it spoken in the physical world felt like a violation, like a wire tripping in my brain. The urge to answer, to repeat the sounds, was overwhelming. It was more than an urge, it was a command written on my DNA. I bit my tongue, tasting blood, the pain a tiny anchor in the swirling vortex of wrongness that was threatening to pull me apart. The shape took another step, and another. It moved with a horrifying, liquid grace. And as it drew nearer, I saw something clutched in its shadowy, multi-jointed hand. It was small and made of wood. It held it out to me, an offering, a gift. It was a small, hand-carved bird. The air left my lungs in a single, painful gasp. The Calloway family, the picnic blanket, the empty space where a father, a mother, and an 8-year-old girl used to be. The scene hadn't been clean. It had been erased. This thing wasn't an attacker. It was a collector. The outpost wasn't a cage to keep it in. It was a lure, a listening post. And the lone human inside was the antenna the psychic bait that drew a certain kind of person in, a person primed by loss and a familiarity with the silent, watchful places of the world. Jensen. Me. Maybe even Lily Calloway. The numbers from the broadcast weren't an invitation for me. They were an advertisement. The visitors outside weren't trying to get to me. They were disciples drawn to the presence of their God, their master. The generator suddenly coughed back to life. A single, bare bulb above the red door flickered on, casting long, dancing shadows. In that split second of harsh light, the shape's form solidified. I saw, just for an instant, a face within the swirling darkness. It was my own face, but it was empty, the eyes black holes, the mouth a silent O of cosmic horror. That was what broke me. I screamed. A raw, animal sound of pure terror. I turned and fled, scrambling up the stairs, not daring to look back. I didn't stop at my room. I ran for the main door, fumbling with the keypad, my fingers slipping in my own sweat. The lock clicked open and I burst out into the teeth of the blizzard. The cold was excruciating, but it was real. It was clean. I ran blindly, away from the outpost, away from the humming lights that now seemed so monstrous. I ran towards the flattened strip of dirt, where Sal had dropped me off, praying that the monthly supply drop was due. I didn't know what day it was. I didn't care. I don't know how long I ran, or how long I lay huddled in the snow behind a rock outcropping. I awoke to the sound of an engine, Sal's plane descending through a break in the clouds. I must have looked like a wild man, screaming and waving, my face a mask of frozen tears. He saw me. He landed. I don't remember getting on the plane. I don't remember the flight back. My next clear memory is of a hospital room in Anchorage. The company that hired me was very discreet. They paid me the full contract, plus a substantial bonus for my hardship. They had me sign a non-disclosure agreement so thick it could have stopped a bullet. It was clear this was a cycle. Jensen went crazy, I went crazy, and some other poor soul would be next. I never went back to the wilderness. I live in the city now, surrounded by the noise and the lights of millions of people. I need the noise. The silence is a door, and I know what waits on the other side. I still have nightmares. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I'll wake up humming a strange, guttural tune. A series of numbers. But there's one thing that terrifies me more than the memories. A few weeks after I got back, I was unpacking the duffel bag I'd had with me at the outpost. Tucked into a side pocket, a pocket I know was empty when I packed, was a small object. It was a perfectly carved wooden bird. The collection isn't over. It just changed locations. It followed me. And now I spend my days watching people, wondering whose picnic blanket will be the next one to be found empty. Wondering when a visitor tall and thin and made of smoke will appear at the edge of their vision. Wondering when they'll hear a tapping from a door that shouldn't be there. I escaped the outpost, but I didn't escape the service. I'm just a new kind of ranger now in a much larger, more dangerous park. My name is Alex Easton, and 2 summers ago, I made a decision that fundamentally altered my understanding of the world, of solitude, and of the things that lurk in the deep, quiet places of the earth. Fresh out of college with an English degree that felt more like a decorative scroll than a key to any future, I was adrift. My friends were starting internships, moving to big cities, and climbing the first rungs of their respective career ladders. I was working part-time at a bookstore, living in my childhood bedroom, and feeling the suffocating weight of expectation from everyone, including myself. It was during a late night internet spiral, lost in articles about alternative lifestyles and escaping the grind, that I found a posting for a seasonal fire lookout in the Flathead National Forest, Montana. The description was sparse but poetic. It spoke of vigilance, of solitude, of being the sole guardian of 1,000,000 acres of pristine wilderness. It promised breathtaking sunsets, the whisper of the wind as a constant companion, and a stipend that, while not princely, was more than enough for someone with no rent or social life to speak of. To my disillusioned, romantic mind, it wasn't just a job, it was a calling. It was Jack Kerouac and Henry David Thoreau rolled into one glorious, paid adventure. I applied that night, embellishing my camping experience and passion for nature with the flowery language my degree had afforded me. To my genuine shock, I got the job. The process began with a week of training in Missoula, learning about fire behavior, weather patterns, and how to operate the Osborne Fire Finder. It was all very practical, very mundane. The real transition happened when I met Earl, the district's senior ranger who would be taking me to my post. Earl was a man carved from the very mountains he patrolled. His face was a road map of wrinkles etched by sun and worry. His hands were thick and calloused, and he spoke in a low, gravelly rumble that seemed to use as few words as possible. "You're the new lookout for Thoroughfare Peak," he asked, his eyes scanning me with a neutral, almost bored expression. He didn't wait for an answer. "Get your gear. It's a long drive." The drive was an understatement. We spent 3 hours in his rattling pickup truck, moving from paved highways to graded gravel roads, and finally to a rugged, deeply rutted track that was more of a suggestion of a path than an actual road. The forest grew denser, the trees taller, swallowing the sunlight. The air grew crisp and cool, smelling of pine and damp earth. My city anxieties began to melt away, replaced by a profound sense of peace and anticipation. This was it. This was real. We parked at a small, overgrown clearing where the road ended. From there, it was a 2-mile hike, straight up. Earl set a relentless pace, and I struggled to keep up, my pack feeling heavier with every step. Finally, we broke through the tree line, and I saw it for the first time. The Thoroughfare Peak Lookout Tower was a 14 by 14-foot wooden cabin perched atop a 50-foot steel skeleton. It was a lonely sentinel, a man-made island in a sea of green, with the sky as its only neighbor. It looked ancient, weathered, and incredibly beautiful. We climbed the steep, narrow stairs, the metal groaning under our weight. The door was thick, solid wood with a heavy-duty bolt. Inside, the world opened up. Windows wrapped around all 4 walls, offering a staggering 360-degree panorama of the Rocky Mountains. I was speechless, utterly captivated by the raw, untamed beauty. The room itself was Spartan: a small bed, a wood stove, a desk with the firefinder bolted to it, a propane-powered refrigerator, and shelves filled with maps, manuals, and canned goods. Earl let me take it all in for a moment before he cleared his throat. The easy, gruff silence he'd maintained on the drive up was gone. A new seriousness had settled over him. "All right, Alex," he said, his tone flat. "Your job is simple. You watch for smoke. You see any you pinpoint it on the finder, you radio it in. That's it. You've got supplies for the month. Next drop is in 4 weeks, weather permitting." He walked me through the radio procedures, the stove, the lightning precautions. It was all standard stuff from the training manual. Then he paused, leaning against the doorframe and looking out, but not at the view. His gaze was fixed on the dense tree line below. "Now, there are a few other things," he said, his voice dropping slightly. "Local rules. Things they don't put in the official handbook. You need to listen, and you need to take them seriously. This place, it's old. It has its ways. You follow the rules, you'll be fine. You don't..." And he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. He pulled a laminated, yellowed card from his breast pocket. It looked ancient. He didn't hand it to me. He held it and read from it, his eyes meeting mine to ensure I was paying attention. "Rule number 1. He began, his voice a low monotone. "Once the sun sets, you do not leave this tower. For any reason. Not for a better look at the stars, not to relieve yourself. Nothing. The catwalk is fine, but your feet do not touch the ground after dark. Understood?" I nodded, a little taken aback. "Okay." "Sure. Rule number 2, you report all smoke. Not just smoke from what looks like a fire. If you see a single, thin column of smoke rising from a place it shouldn't be, with no heat signature, you report it. Don't question it. Just call it in." My brow furrowed. Smoke without a fire. Earl's gaze was hard. "Just report it." He continued. "Rule number 3. If you hear someone call your name from the forest, you didn't. It's the wind. It's an animal. It's anything but what you think it is. You don't answer. You don't acknowledge it. You stay in the tower and you focus on the maps. A small, cold knot began to form in my stomach. This was starting to sound less like practical advice and more like a ghost story. I forced a small, nervous laugh. Is this some kind of hazing for the new guy? Earl's expression didn't change. It was utterly devoid of humor. Rule number 4, the radio is for official business. We do scheduled check-ins every morning at 0800 and every evening at 2000. If you get a call at any other time, and it's not about a fire you've reported, you do not answer. Especially after midnight. Official channels are always clear. Anything else is just noise in the static. The cold knot in my stomach tightened. Rule number 5, he said, and for the first time I saw a flicker of something in his eyes, a deep, ancient wariness. This is the most important one. On some nights, you might hear a tapping sound on the glass. It might be faint at first. It will sound like a branch or a large insect. It's not. Do not, under any circumstances, look directly at whatever is making the sound. In the desk, there's a set of signal mirrors. If you feel you must see, use the mirrors. Never look straight on. Never. My heart was starting to beat a little faster now. The romance of the job was rapidly being replaced by a primal sense of dread. What is it? Earl ignored my question and tucked the card back into his pocket. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. The guy you replaced, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Name was David. Seemed like a good kid. Capable. He was here for 3 weeks. We found his journal. Wrote a lot about the tapping. Got real curious. That's all. And with that, he was gone. I stood there in the sudden deafening silence of the tower, listening to his footsteps fade down the metal stairs and then disappear entirely. I was alone. Truly, utterly alone, on top of the world, with a list of impossible, terrifying rules. I walked to the window and watched until Earl's truck was a tiny speck disappearing down the mountain track. The sun began to set, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and purple. It was the most beautiful sight I had ever witnessed. But as the last sliver of light vanished behind the distant peaks, plunging the world into a deep, profound darkness, I couldn't appreciate the beauty. All I could think about was the list of rules. I bolted the door, checked it twice, and sat at the desk, trying to tell myself it was all just a ridiculous prank, a local legend meant to spook the new hire. But as I sat there, surrounded by a million acres of silence, watching wilderness, a faint sound drifted up from the forest below. It was soft, carried on the breeze that sighed around the tower legs. It sounded just for a moment exactly like my name. I froze, every muscle in my body tensed. The sound had been so clear, so distinct. Alex, it wasn't a question, but a simple, calm statement of fact. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I scrambled back from the window, my chair scraping harshly against the wooden floor, the noise echoing in the sudden, oppressive silence. Rule number 3. If you hear someone call your name from the forest, you didn't. My breath came in ragged gasps. It had to be the wind. Earl said it was the wind. The way it whips through the canyons and ravines, it can play tricks on your ears, mimicking voices, creating phantom sounds. I clung to that rationalization like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. It was my first night. I was tired from the hike, emotionally overwhelmed, and my urban mind wasn't accustomed to the sheer, crushing quiet of the wilderness. Of course, I was hearing things. I didn't sleep much that night. I lay on the narrow bed, fully clothed, listening. Every creak of the tower, every sigh of the wind, every distant rustle in the trees below sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. I felt impossibly high up, exposed, a single nerve ending dangling over a dark, breathing world. When the sun finally crested the eastern peaks, bathing the landscape in a soft, gray light, a wave of relief washed over me so powerful it almost brought me to tears. The first week passed in a haze of paranoid routine and breathtaking beauty. During the day, I was the king of my own private universe. I'd wake, make coffee, and spend hours just watching the world from my glass castle. I learned the shapes of the mountains, the way the light changed the colors of the forest, the patterns of the clouds. I watched a family of elk graze in a meadow miles away, a golden eagle ride the thermals above my tower. The fear of the first night began to feel distant, silly. I started to believe that Earl's rules were exactly what I'd first thought, an elaborate hazing ritual, a way for the old-timers to have a laugh at the city kids' expense. The 0800 and 2000 radio check ends with Earl were brief and professional, grounding me in a sense of normalcy. Thoroughfare, anything to report? He'd ask. Thoroughfare clear. I'd reply, a little more confidently each day. The solitude I had craved became a comfortable blanket. I read a thick paperback, I wrote in my journal, I felt my anxieties and the pressures of my old life sloughing off me. I was healing. The first sign that something was wrong came on the 8th day. It was a perfectly clear afternoon, not a cloud in the sky. I was doing my hourly sweep of the horizon with the binoculars when I saw it. To the northeast, rising from a deep, shadowed valley, was a single, pencil-thin column of smoke. It was pale gray, almost white, and it rose perfectly straight up into the windless air. I fixed the Osborne Firefinder on it, cross-referencing with my topographical map. The location was designated as the Griever's Bowl, a treacherous box canyon with no trails leading in or out. It was a place no hiker would ever go. I felt a prickle of unease. There was no lightning, no conceivable reason for a fire to be there, and the smoke, it didn't look right. It didn't billow or spread like smoke from a forest fire. It was too neat, too deliberate. Rule number 2. If you see a single, thin column of smoke rising from a place it shouldn't be, with no heat signature, you report it. My hand hesitated over the radio handset. Reporting this felt absurd. It was probably a wispy bit of cloud or steam from a geothermal vent, but Earl's dead, serious expression swam in my memory. Just report it. I keyed the mic. Flathead base, this is Thoroughfare Peak. The reply was immediate. Go for base, Thoroughfare. It wasn't Earl's rumbling voice, but a younger, crisper one. I have a smoke report, I said, feeling foolish. A single column pale smoke. Bearing is approximately 42 degrees northeast. Location appears to be Griever's Bowl. There was a pause, longer than I expected. I could hear faint murmuring in the background on the other end. Then the voice came back, flat and devoid of curiosity. Received, Thoroughfare. We have your report. So, is anyone going to check it out? I asked. It's a strange spot for a fire. Negative, Thoroughfare. The voice replied instantly. Do not break your scan. Log it and continue your watch. Before I could ask anything else, the line went dead with a click. I stared at the radio, baffled. No questions about the size, the color, nothing. Just a cold, immediate shutdown. I looked back through the binoculars. The column of smoke continued its silent, perfect descent. An hour later, as I scanned past the spot again, it was gone. Not faded, not dispersed by the wind. It had simply vanished as if it had never been there. The cold knot I'd felt in my stomach during Earl's briefing returned, colder and tighter than before. The atmosphere in the tower changed after that. The comforting solitude began to feel like menacing isolation. The silence was no longer peaceful, it was watchful. I started spending less time on the catwalk, the 50-foot drop seeming more perilous than before. I found myself looking over my shoulder, even though I was the only person for dozens of miles. 2 nights later, rule number 4 came into play. I had been reading the only light coming from my small battery-powered lantern. It was late, well past midnight. The wind was picking up, moaning around the corners of the cabin. Suddenly, the radio crackled, a burst of static that made me jump.
Cash. Alex, are you there?
I froze, the book falling from my hands. My blood ran cold. It wasn't one of the scheduled check-ins. Alex, it's Mark from the Missoula office. The voice crackled, struggling against a wave of static. Just doing a late night systems check. How are you holding up, buddy? Getting lonely up there. The voice was friendly, reassuring. It was exactly the kind of human contact I had been subconsciously craving. My hand instinctively reached for the handset. My throat was dry. Rule number 4. If you get a call at any other time, you do not answer. Come on, Alex, pick up. The voice coaxed a little closer to the mic now, the static seeming to lessen. We're just making sure you haven't gone stir crazy. Let us know you're okay. I wanted to answer so badly. It felt rude not to. It felt insane to sit in silence while someone was actively trying to talk to me. But Earl's warning, the cold finality in his tone, held my hand back. The call was unscheduled. It was after midnight. I stayed silent, my heart pounding in my ears. I just stared at the radio, my knuckles white where I gripped the edge of the desk. There was a long pause. The friendly tone in the voice evaporated. When it spoke again, the static was almost gone, and the voice was clear, cold, and laced with a terrifying predatory patience. "We know you're there, Alex. We can see your light. Keshat." The radio fell silent, leaving only the sound of the wind and my own frantic breathing. I lunged for my lantern and switched it off, plunging the room into absolute darkness. I crawled to the window, my body trembling, and peered down into the vast, inky blackness. I saw nothing but the swaying tops of the pines, like waves on a dark ocean. But I knew with a certainty that defied all logic that something was down there, looking up. The next night, the tapping started. It began on the western window, the one facing the jagged tooth like peaks of the Continental Divide. It was soft, almost imperceptible. Tap, 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 like a moth fluttering against the glass. I told myself it was a branch, but there were no trees tall enough to reach the tower. I told myself it was a large beetle, drawn to the residual warmth of the cabin. Tap, tap. It was rhythmic, deliberate, intelligent. It moved from the western window to the southern one. My breath hitched in my throat. I remembered David, the lookout before me, wrote a lot about the tapping. Got real curious. Rule number 5. Do not, under any circumstances, look directly at whatever is making the sound. Use the mirrors. My eyes darted to the desk drawer where Earl had said they were. My curiosity was a physical thing, a screaming, desperate need to see, to understand what was outside my fragile shelter. But my fear was stronger. With a shaking hand, I pulled the drawer open. Inside, nestled amongst old logbooks, were 2 small silver signal mirrors. They felt impossibly heavy in my trembling grasp. Tap, tape. It was on the eastern window now, the one right behind me. It was louder, more insistent. I could feel the vibration through the floor. I scrambled to the other side of the room, my back pressed against the northern wall. I held up one of the mirrors, my hand shaking so badly that the reflection of the dark room was a blur. I didn't want to see. I knew that once I saw it, I could never unsee it. But I had to. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I angled the mirror towards the eastern window. For a moment, all I saw was the reflection of the night sky. Then I adjusted the angle slightly and something came into view. It was not a branch. It was not an insect. In the wavering, silvered reflection, I saw a shape silhouetted against the glass. It was long and thin, with a joint that bent at an impossible angle. And at the end of it, tapping patiently on the glass, was a pale, 3-fingered hand. The signal mirror slipped from my trembling hand, shattering on the wooden floor. The sharp crack of its breaking sounded impossibly loud in the cabin's stillness, but I barely heard it. The only sound in my head was the echoing image of the reflection, the impossibly long arm, the pale, 3-fingered hand. I scrambled backward until my back hit the opposite wall with a dull thud. I slid to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest like a frightened child. I couldn't take my eyes off the east window, even though it was now dark and empty. The tapping had stopped, but the ensuing silence was worse. It was a waiting silence, a silence that knew it was still out there, just beyond my line of sight. The night stretched into an eternity. I didn't move a muscle, sitting rigid in that corner, listening to my own heartbeat thrum like a funeral drum. My mind raced. David, the man before me, he must have seen the same thing, heard the same tapping. His curiosity had killed him. He got real curious, Earl had said. I understood now how potent, how deadly that curiosity could be. When the first light of dawn broke, it felt like a pardon. I crept cautiously to the window and looked down. The forest below was serene and beautiful, as always. There were no tracks, no evidence that the night of terror I had just endured was real. But I knew. The shattered mirror on the floor was my proof. From that day on, everything changed. The comforting beauty of nature became a terrifying facade. I saw threats in every long shadow, heard malice in every whisper of the wind. I did my job robotically, my eyes scanning for smoke, but I was really looking for something else. I was looking for it. I barely slept, spending the nights on high alert, the fire axe propped beside me as my only comfort. The tapping didn't return, but the fear didn't leave. It just mutated, twisting into a slow, gnawing paranoia. 3 days later, I heard my name again. This time, it wasn't a whisper on the wind. It came from directly below the tower, clear and cold. Alex. I rushed to the window, peering down, but saw nothing. Opened the door. Alex. The voice continued. It was the same one from the radio, the one that had feigned friendship before revealing its predatory nature. "We just want to talk. Go away!" I screamed back, my voice hoarse and cracking with fear. A dry, rustling laugh answered me. It wasn't a human sound. You can't stay in there forever. And then, the next night, a new sound began. It wasn't tapping on the window. It was a faint scratching from below. Metal on metal, it grew steadily, slowly, rhythmically. Scrape, screed, scrape. My blood ran cold. I knew instantly what it was. It was climbing the steel legs of the tower. Pure, unadulterated panic seized me. I was trapped, 50 feet in the air, in a fragile wooden box, and something was climbing up to get me. I glanced at the heavy wooden door and its thick bolt, but they seemed laughably inadequate now. I remembered Earl's first, most important rule. Once the sun sets, you do not leave this tower. For any reason. But staying now was a certain death sentence. To wait for it to reach the window, to smash its way in, to face it in this cage with no escape. The scraping grew louder, closer. I could feel a faint vibration through the wooden floor. My decision was made in a microsecond. The fear of what was coming was greater than the fear of breaking the rules. Fleeing was a slim chance. Staying was none. I grabbed my flashlight and the fire axe. I lunged for the door, fumbling with the stiff bolt. I wrenched it open and stepped out onto the catwalk. The cold night air hit me like a slap. The scraping stopped instantly. I stood frozen for a moment, listening in the dark. There was only the sound of the wind whistling through the tower's steel framework. Holding my breath, I began to descend the cold metal stairs, as quickly and quietly as I could. Every step seemed to clang with impossible volume in the silence. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. Down, down, down. I focused only on the step in front of me, not daring to look anywhere else. The only thought in my head was ground. Get to the ground and run. And then my feet touched the damp grass and soft earth. I had made it. I was on the ground. I had broken the first rule. I stood there for a second, gasping the cold air, a wave of relief washing over me. It vanished as soon as it came. I realized the silence around me was wrong. It wasn't the normal quiet of the night forest, filled with the tiny sounds of life. It was a total, absolute silence, as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for me. I turned slowly, sweeping the beam of my flashlight in a wide arc. The tall pines looked like giants in the darkness, their shadows dancing like living things. And then the beam landed on something at the base of the tower. It stood there in the shadows. Its body was impossibly tall and thin, its limbs so long and gaunt they looked like they might snap. Its skin was the color of bone bleached white by the sun, but it wasn't its shape that made me scream. It was its face. It didn't have one. Where the eyes, nose, and mouth should have been, there was only a smooth blank, featureless expanse of skin. But I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its unseen gaze locked onto me, filled with an ancient, knowing hunger. It slowly raised one of its long arms, revealing the hand with the 3 pale, slender fingers. It pointed at me. Then it pointed toward the deep woods, as if to say there was no escape. I did the only thing a human being can do when faced with a horror beyond comprehension. I turned and I ran. I ran blindly into the blackness of the Montana wilderness. The axe fell from my hand. The flashlight dropped, bounced, and went out, plunging me into total darkness. I don't know how long I ran, or where I was going. The sound of snapping branches behind me told me it was following, unhurried, because it knew it didn't need to be. 2 days later, Earl came up for an early supply drop. He'd had a bad feeling. He found the tower empty, the door hanging open. On the ground below lay a fire axe next to a smashed flashlight. Earl scanned the quiet forest, and his eyes were drawn to the northeast, toward Griever's Bowl. A single, thin column of pale white smoke was rising silently into the sky. He went back up into the tower. On the dusty desk, he noticed a journal left open. On the last page was a single, frantic entry in my handwriting. The last thing I ever wrote. It's outside. It's climbing. I have to break the rules. I have no choice. Earl let out a long, weary sigh, the sound filled with years of accumulated grief and resignation. He picked up the radio. "Flathead Base, this is Earl," he said. "Get ready to file another missing persons report.